You got a stick? What is it, tree bark? I think it's a stick. Hello, everyone! Yeah, I'm a detective today. Oh my gosh, everything's been so weird the last week. I feel like so much is being tossed on me. So I haven't been able to do anything. Oh yeah, there's no main menu. I was kind of confused. I was like, here. This is the main menu.
Find Boom SFX.
Fine, Boom. We have that, don't we? Edith Finch! Yeah, I've been told to play this game really a lot, and Phil told me that it wasn't very long, so I could probably finish it in a stream. I couldn't decide what I wanted to do today because I wanted to play Dark Souls, but my controllers aren't charged properly. And then I wanted to read more of Tavern Talk, but I felt like that was a little like boring for not streaming for like a week. So that's why I'm playing this game. Interesting clips? What does that mean? Thank you, Kaito, and thank you, Mickey, too!
I smell you.
You smell me? What do I smell like? I hope it's popcorn. Hello, and happy late 10th... Oh.
No, I'm downloading cringe.
No!
It's called Call of Duty. You get called. And then Skaduty. Wait, no, that's not right.
Wait, that's funny. Nearly 2 years. You're gonna get the rainbow. You're gonna get the rainbow pop cup soon. I missed a few of you guys' messages and I can't tab out to read them. I know Brosfibby said something, but I missed it. Delicious compass. Don't eat the compass. Black Ops 3. Or Black Ops I. Never know. Yeah, it looks like the icons are fixed. I think what happened was my Twitch connection code cut off. So it wasn't connecting completely to Twitch. So I reconnected it. You blame Snigglefritz? I do too. Snigglefritz was talking a little too much. He was chattering.
Mother, PopCub 856 just swallowed a compass. Should we be concerned?
I don't think so. I think it's only of concern if there's a magnet close by. Because don't they like get all weird and loopy when there's a magnet close by a compass? I think so, right? Oh, late 10th anniversary to your favorite, the witch one. The dark witch one, I think. Today I'm eating popcorn. Also, I realized something, that not very many, or at least my roommate has never had dried mangoes. Have you guys had dried mangoes before? I thought it was a really common snack. Hi, Pappy! Uh-oh. Mango. Hold on. Okay, I thought it was busted. Ginger! I used to eat them by the bag when I was a kid. I have some right now with, well, not in the
I may
room
suck
with me,
at
but-
shooting people. I may have the worst aim in the world. I'm filthy casual. But I'll have fun cause one thing. Anti-streaks. Ruining the big guns the other players get in an instant. Imagine getting 25 kills and no deaths, only to have a short girl destroy your big reward the second it pops out.
It's true. You may not be good, but you can have fun. Hi, Diddy! Okay. let's begin this game. So, what I know of this game is what I read of the description, which is everybody in Edith's family is dead, and she's trying to discover why. So, when I did the pause menu, it looks like there's this cute little, tree? What's it called? Family tree! A family tree, and everybody's dead on it. Even... Are these, like, her siblings or her parents? That's sad. And lonely. Alright, let's continue. Begin. When you open up the game, it looks like this. Oh, I have... Oh! Oh! Whoa! Heavy themes in this. Okay.
A lot of this isn't going to make sense to you.
Oh.
And I'm sorry about that.
Tell me how the sound is.
Wait.
I'm gonna... put the master a little bit down so we can hear her talking better.
House.
Boom, boom. Oh! Alright, let's go. Ooh. This would be a good VR game.
I lived here until I was 11, but I wasn't allowed inside half the rooms.
Oh, her voice is so cute. Maybe unpause it with your mind.
Important life lessons with gnomes. You can never win all the time. You will inevitably lose when playing games. But that's okay. Games aren't designed for you to never lose. When you lose, just get back up and try again.
You're so right! Mimi and also Noms. Nah, I'd win. That's how I lose all my games I play. I want. This is so cute.
Inside the mailbox were bills from 7 years ago. Marked urgent. Open immediately.
Can I take
Pop
them?
Cub number 9999. There's nothing I despise more than losing, and that will never change.
They didn't announce Dark Witch 3 on Streamport yet. Oh no. I'll make it louder.
I
Won
haven't
the
been back since
TTS.
my brother Lewis's funeral.
Oh. Her brother died? Is it still quiet? No trespassing. Oops. Accidentally tapped out. Audio. We need the perfect... Oh! The perfect balance.
In her will, my mother left me a key, but didn't tell me what it unlocked.
Ooh.
Maybe she thought I'd know. Or she thought that the mystery would be enough to bring me back.
Hi, Pumpkin! Now we're cooking. Heck yeah. Okay, I'm very intrigued already. What's down here? Is it supposed to go this way or the other way? Okay, well, let me go that way. Uh-oh. Oh! Ribbit, cricket, ribbit. There's this advertisement on the radio, and it's about rebate, and they have it so it goes rebate, rebate. like a frog. Okay, it looks like I didn't need to come this way.
The truth is,
Oh.
even after I inherited the house, I never thought I'd come back to it. But now I had questions about my family that only the house knew the answers to.
Missing. Who is it? Milton Finch, my brother? You can count the pixels. Yeah, I put them down. Should I put them up higher? Whoa. Okay. Now you can't count the pixels. Dang, actually it looks real pretty. Hold on. Let's see if my computer can handle it.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No is the greatest. No is the best. You might watch other streamers, but she's undoubtedly the best. How do you like my song? I worked on it real hard. If you say it sucks, I will shove you in a locker and then take your lunch money, but then help you out and give your money back, 'cause I'm not that mean. No is the best.
I like that message. Thanks, Nickelfritz. I like that song. Alright, looks like my computer can handle it, which is very surprising. I love the story games because now I get to zone out and shiny hunt. Yeah, heck
I wouldn't
yeah.
have driven this way in a long time, but I saw a few hoof prints.
Oh, did she come by car? Audio only is fine. Oh, that's the hoof prints! Hello. I thought that was like a flashback. Like this is a flashback. She was on the ferry reading a book and it said, "Let's start at the beginning." Right? Cod. Yeah, we get deer sometimes up here. And bears. Home? What kind of house is this?
The house was exactly like I remembered it. The way
Oh,
I'd been
thank you,
dreaming about it.
Betty. It's like a Fortnite house. You know, where like you can build, or like a Sims house where you can build and add. Oh, that's so cool! It's like a Gyarados. Chair, garbage, missing. My brother. Was in a pool.
I asked Edie once about the dragon in the pond. She said it had killed her husband. I was 6. It seemed like an odd joke to me even then.
It's a little not something you should tell a child. Look at all these missing posters. I don't think it was a joke. I think she meant it. As a warning. You know, don't go playing in that dragon. It's gonna kill you like it did my husband. Should I go up the driveway or should I go
As
up
a child, the house made me uncomfortable in a way I couldn't put into words.
Oh.
Now, as a 17-year-old, I knew exactly what those words were. I was afraid of the house.
Dang. Her voice is so perfect. This is really, really, really good voice acting. Ooh, a peephole.
The house felt like it had always been here. Even the swing set was older than my mother.
It should be a VR game.
Crawling through the doggy door used to be a lot easier when I was 11. The power had been turned off the night we left.
Ha ha! Peepholeable. I didn't come through the proper way. Gary's potty mix. Nice. Plus fertilizer. Cosmic cuisine. The pleasures of Japanese cooking. Ooh, lots of cookbooks. Flour, salt, water, yeast. Flowers of India. The Northwest Chef. Raw fowl. Nice. Here's something. Is that dog food? I feel like I should go back and enter through the main entrance, but maybe the main entrance is locked. Alright, let's go back, just so we can get like a consistent story. Because I'm wondering if it triggers... Oh, dang it. I can't go back! I was wondering if it triggered dialogue based off of what you've encountered or what part of the story
For
you're
the
at?
first time in years,
Yeah?
I felt like I was home.
Look at this house. This is a really nice, cozy type of house. A finch! More Northwest Chefs.
But instead of a family, there were just memories of one.
Edith, Don, Lewis, Eddie. Happy birthday. In loving memory of Lewis Finch. Beloved brother to Edith, son of Don, great-grandson to Eddie. Who did the memorial service? LOWT. Ooh, is this a real pie recipe?
Like how only one restaurant would deliver to our house, so we had Chinese a lot.
Mmm.
Or how after Lewis started working at the cannery, we all got sick of eating salmon. Except our cat, Molly.
Molly! Was that the... Yeah, I guess it... Okay. That's a lot of canned fish. Can't see very much there. Oh!
Nothing in the house looked abnormal. There was just too much of it. Like a smile with too many teeth.
The writing is so good. Oh, it's one of these things. Packing peanuts? Thought it was dog food.
My mom wasn't much of an optimist, but she never stopped believing that my brother Milton was alive.
Was he found? Or was he just missing forever? So there's Lewis and Milton. Milton went missing really early. And then Lewis died earlier. Don and Gus, I guess? Or Sanjay?
A lot of things got left behind in the whirlwind of that last night.
November! Do you remember? The Norse myths. The moon's folktales. This is a cool...
Edie told me once that every Finch who ever lived is buried somewhere in the library.
Huh? What do you mean? Buried? Why? It's been sealed shut for some reason. Swedish folktale. Lots of folktales, lots of cookbooks. Lots and lots and lots of books. Here we go. No, we'll keep exploring this downstairs area. Bugs! Oh, I had to move it.
Great Grandpa
Sasquatch!
Sven built a music box for Barbara,
Aw.
along with the rest of the house.
Barbara? So this was made for Barbara Finch, who was probably Dawn's mom? Look at all these little finches. Army. Wow, it's lit up so nice.
Even the fireplace had a story. Edie told me the bricks came from the original house after it sank.
Oh. It sank? Oh, I love houses that have like an overlooking. Like you go upstairs and then you can overlook into the living room. Oh. Is this another way to break into the house? No. An urn! TV. 4 books. Fire. Eyeballs. Hello. This must be me. Edith. The weird. Made of meat. The Book of Sand. I'm made of meat. Yes, also I know that I can go through that door, but I'm looking at the rest of the house first.
The table was still a wreck from the night we left.
Why were they rushed out of their house, I wonder?
It was like a bomb had gone off, killing everyone but sparing the furniture.
Dang.
My mom was the only one of us who could imagine Great-Grandma Edie living in a nursing home.
Someone left their iPhone here? Dang. I wonder how long it took for them to, like, drive to school. Ooh. Oh, baby food! I was the baby! I wonder how old I was when this happened. Fine. Oh, shoes. Late. This house is really nice. Alright, let's go to that door. Then there's so many pictures! Holy kaboly.
Mom always told me to stay out of the basement, so I wasn't too surprised when the key didn't fit.
What? Go in the basement. Man! Fine. Go up. From cove to stove, a Viking's
After
belly.
Milton disappeared, Mom sealed up all the bedrooms. Then Edie retaliated and drilled peepholes.
Why would her mom seal up all the bedrooms? Ooh. that look like a cool room, but we're gonna follow the words. Why would you seal up all the rooms? That's cute. Finch.
The last time I was in Edith Senior's room, I was 10 and she was painting my portrait.
Oh. Edith and Sven. Weird. Gregory.
As a kid, I just assumed every house had peepholes and sealed rooms you weren't allowed inside of.
Look at the rug! Oh my god. Why would they seal up? This doesn't look like a bedroom though. This looks like a bathroom. You're not allowed to pee in this house.
My Grandpa Sam spent 7 years sharing a room with his dead brother, Calvin.
With his dead brother? So because they shared a room before he passed away and they didn't want to move any of his stuff away, they locked it, like shut it down kind of? Then he had to like live with his brother's remnants? That's messed up. This way?
Whenever people
Bigfoot!
ask me about my family, the first thing they always want to know about is Barbara.
Oh! Bigfoot! Higher. Ooh, how cool. Your mom's sealing everything up? Oh my god, it's Barbara's room.
Barbara was a child star for 2 years,
Whoa.
until America grew out of it.
Aw. They painted the Hollywood sign with her name on it instead. Oh my goodness. Next floor, not next floor, next area.
I spent a lot of time playing in Great Uncle Walter's room. I think my mom
Whoa.
sometimes regretted not sealing it up.
Why would you want to seal it up? The finches! They sunk. It's the house before, the original house before it sunk! With the fishes. Ooh. Train?
Lewis told me there were secret passages, but I never believed him.
Whoa! Hacked.
Turns out, my mom was really good at keeping secrets.
Oh my god.
Now it was time to find out what my mom had been afraid of.
That's so sneaky. Okay, well, we'll figure that out in a second. Now buckle up, kids. Hold on a minute.
Molly always
Molly.
seemed like a girl I could imagine being friends with, if she hadn't died in 1947.
Dang. So it looks like the Finch's house, they had a room for everybody who lived there, and then when they died, they kept their rooms in peak conditions, and then mom sealed them off for some reason to keep the memories of them alive. But why would she do that specifically after her brother?
Mom must have locked
Went
the third
missing.
floor stairs on the night we left.
Alright. Sorry, I have to exhaust the dialogue. Howdy ho! Hi, Bubblegum! Stream's good. We're gonna buckle up now. Alright, buckle up time. Buckled and upped.
From the
That
paintings on the
woman?
wall, it was clear my brother Milton had been here before me.
Maybe the secret passageways in the rooms, and so she sealed up all the rooms so they couldn't go in the secret passageways? Milton.
Reading this, maybe it sounds like I had a plan.
Cute. Aw.
But I had no idea what was behind that door. Just like I had no idea where all this was gonna lead.
Ominous.
I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole.
Oh, Molly's room! I knew it was familiar.
Molly's gerbil had a tiny bedroom with its own even tinier gerbil cage.
What? Molly. Pumpkin.
Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
It would seem like that, right? If you're only like viewing it through that kind of morphed peephole, it would feel like a 3D painting. Molly. Molly like jellyfish. It's Orcas, Islands, cave, calves. Calves. December. Dang. That's when she died. She died when she was really young then. Barbara. Eddie and Sven. Molly. The Jungle Book. Ooh, is she the bug girl?
I got the sense Edie had spent a lot of time here. Before my mom sealed the doors.
Aw. Poor Edie. Molly Finch.
December 13th, 1947. Dear Diary, I'll be gone soon, but I wanted to tell somebody about what's gonna happen. It started when Mom sent me to bed without dinner. I woke up and I was starving, so I looked around for something to eat.
What the? How deep are we going? The gerbil food. Pumpkin.
My Halloween candy was all gone.
Pants!
The gerbil food was dry, but I didn't mind it.
My goodness. She's starving. She was put to bed. Oh. I'm so tiny!
I kept eating and eating.
Oh, that's bad for you. Oh, gross. I ate.
I ate a lot of things that night.
I don't think I should be eating
Then
that, but
I heard chirping outside my window.
Oh!
It was a barn swallow going back to her nest. I reached out for her.
Chains?
And suddenly, I was a cat.
Huh! Meow meow!
I tried to be quiet, but the bird was really scared.
Yeah, this is, yeah, makes sense. Oh, it's Christmas. Oh yeah, because it's December.
Mom and Dad didn't even look at me.
Aww. Get up there. Woohoo!
I jumped and I almost got her.
Well, you're right, it probably is real. But like, even if they are real, it's probably like poisonous, aren't they? Oh! Thank you for the follow, J-Master!
I could tell she was getting really tired. Now I was up in the big tree. I promised Dad I wouldn't climb it anymore. All I cared about was eating that mama bird.
Mama bird.
I
so
gobbled her up. And suddenly, I was an owl.
Oh!
First, all I heard was the wind. Then I heard little teeth nibbling in the grass.
A mouse to munch on? Ooh, this is cool. Oh, I hear it.
Rabbits.
Rabbits! Rabbit! Aren't holy berries poisonous? Ah, yeah, baby! Owl
I
simulation.
imagined his face looking up and seeing mine through my talons. I swallowed him up, and I didn't chew one bit.
Molly, that's a little
Then
messed
I flew
up.
off to find something bigger. A mama rabbit.
Why does she keep wanting to eat mamas?
She was
mama-
almost too big to carry. I started choking, but I couldn't stop eating. And suddenly, I was a shark.
Oh, cool. Oh. I don't think sharks are supposed to be out of the water. Whee! Help. Oh, I see. Help me. I need water.
I rolled off
Oh,
the cliff
God.
and into the ocean. Now, I was hungrier than ever.
Ooh, this is where the house is sunk, right? Yeesh. Chips and
I
lemonade!
wanted fat, juicy seals.
Oh,
I tore off her flipper, and it tasted really good.
dang, she's hungry. I'm on the pursuit. I'm gonna eat this little seal. You would eat a fat seal? Oh, like a fat
Grabbed
seal.
on tight. Oh, when I was so hungry, I jumped out
Not
of the
to
water.
eat!
When I opened my eyes, everything had changed.
What am I now? Oh, everything! Wait, am I? I'm an octopus. This is really weird to control. I'm about to grab this car away. Oh!
Now I was a monster and I smelled people everywhere.
It's Octodad all over again! Octodad wouldn't eat people. Octodad is a father of 2. He's responsible and has a hard-working job and a wife.
I was big, but I moved real quiet.
Oh god, that scared me. Why did that scare me? That is true. People did want to be. People did want
I
to.
wanted to stop, but also I didn't.
Knock knock. Who's there? It's me, the Kraken.
His belly with a rusty razor, his belly with a rusty razor, his belly with a rusty razor.
What shall we do with the drunken sailor? What shall we do with the drunken sailor?
Captain's daughter, put him in bed with the captain's daughter, put him in bed with the captain's daughter.
Are these the real lyrics?
What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Right in the morning. Shut with a long boat till he's sober. Shut with a long boat till he's sober. Shut with
Ah! Oh my god. I keep scaring myself. What shall we do with the drunken sailor? What shall we do?
After the last passenger, I was still hungry. And across the water, I smelled something new. Something I had to have, so I swam towards it. I slithered onto the sand, and the good smell went into an old pipe.
I sniff it. Hi, Mikarin. Oh yeah, piping. Now we're in a toilet. Ew. Can you imagine a nice smell coming from inside a toilet? Disgusting.
I got closer and closer.
It's my room. Is it me? Am I the tasty thing?
All my stomach started growling. And suddenly, I was me again. I held my breath for a long time, but I couldn't hear anything. I think it's waiting for me to fall asleep. But it's not going to wait much longer. It needs to feed, and we both know I will be delicious.
Huh? That's some good writing for a kid.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
I'm sure I would have been delicious. Oh, I have to find out about everybody. Cool. Daddy's the fisherman. And the sea monster ate him. That was cool. I liked that. I enjoyed that quite a bit. Right
I
now,
can't describe it, but I felt like some part of Molly was still here.
under the bed, maybe? Some part of Molly. Still here. Noises. Ooh, it's an ant garden. An ant garden? An ant farm? Maybe I go back. Nope. Pretty box? Nope. Let me out! Okay, well. This is where the last message was. That must be here. There are only so many choices, and I can't find one! You have to go out the window. Oh. I was right!
This will be obvious
Deterrent.
later, but my mom never told me any of these stories. Edie would have, but Mom didn't like bringing up the past.
That would make
Though,
sense.
when we adopted a stray kitten, she was the one who named it Molly.
Aww. Let me in! I like her little arm sleeves.
I spent a lot of time in Great Grandma Edie's room.
Are these all her dead pets? Oh. Ooh.
Louis died a week before we left, but Edie had already started to memorialize him.
Dang.
Edie knit me a new pair of gloves every year, just in time to replace the old ones.
Aw. Dang, Edie's good at drawing. How old was Edie? Molly, Barbara, Calvin, Sam, Walter, Don, Gus, Gregory, Lewis, Milton, Edith. Whack. Student takes top honors in state photography contest. See India.
Her room was like a museum.
Odin. Sven and Edith. Oh. Blood. Air. Aw, paper shark.
Even in her 90s, sometimes Edie seemed a lot younger than my mother.
Oh, it's the bathroom! Lots of pills.
The only trace Grandpa Sam's first wife, Kay, left on the house was the pink bathroom.
Hey!
It was a pretty big trace.
Ooh. There's a secret in this bathroom.
There's a secret in this bathroom. It's in the last place you would look. It isn't in the cupboard. It's hidden in this book.
Wait, don't go in. 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 No! No! No, no, no. Back out. Go back out. Thank you. Phew. I was scared. The door was gonna close. I didn't finish looking.
When Edie told people Sven was killed by a dragon, she could also have said he was building a dragon-shaped slide that collapsed.
Oh.
She could have, but she didn't.
It did kill him. Sven made the house?
One summer, they evacuated the island, but Edie refused to go.
Oh.
For a few weeks, she was a celebrity.
Refused to evacuate because of a little forest fire. Molly concepts?
I hadn't thought of myself as Edith Jr. for a long, long time.
God. I guess she would be, right?
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house. My mom was furious.
A mole man? Bad joke. I accidentally sprayed deodorant in my mouth. Now when I talk, I have this weird accent. Get it? Because it's Axe, A-X-E, like the deodorant, but then it's accent, like an accent. I have a weird scent. And a weird accent. Good stuff. I'm glad, Locknut. Excellent! You get it, you get it. Okay, let's get this thing.
For 500 years, the Finches have been famous throughout Norway for their fortune.
Thank you for the follow!
And misfortune.
Oh, wait. Oh.
Odin Finch buries the latest victims of the family curse. His wife, Ingeborg, and their newborn son, Johan.
Ingelborg. What's the curse?
On January 7th, 1937, he set sail with his family and his house, hoping to leave the curse behind.
That's why the house sank, because it was on a boat.
But 40-foot waves off the coast of Washington send the house and Odin to the bottom of the sea.
Dang.
Odin's daughter Edie, with husband Sven and baby Molly, step ashore on their new home, Orcas Island.
Wow.
Odin Finch is the first to be buried in the new family cemetery. His daughter Edie is already dreaming of a new Finch house.
So she must have another child because Molly died. Oh.
Whatever's wrong with this family, it goes back a long ways.
Ah. Odin, what happened? What curse happened? The Mysterious Death and Thereafter by Odin Finch. Interesting. Why don't we read that book? Alright, let's go through the thing in the wall, I guess. I think I've gotten everything here. Possibly. child. Let's go in the bathroom tunnel where we like to go to check things out, like my photography room.
Sven gave Sam an old camera he'd refurbished. He never put it down.
Got a lot of selfies. Calvin Finch. Yes, yes. Milton! My brother. That's the swing. You store alcohol in here? Dang. Oh, the sad room. Yeah, they did. He died and then they cut off the room with a red rope.
I knew Grandpa Sam had a twin.
Uh-huh.
And that he never talked about him.
This is an insanely good made room. Are you kidding? They have... That is so fun. My gosh.
I guess my grandpa didn't like history any more than my mom did.
I mean, your brother died and you had to live in a room with his memorial, basically. Your twin brother. Insanely good made room, exactly.
How I Want to Remember My Brother by Sam Finch. The thing I remember is that when he made up his mind, that was it. My brother said he'd die before he ate another mushroom, and he did.
Aww.
At Barbara's funeral, we swore we'd never be afraid again, and he wasn't. I think Calvin always wanted to fly.
Did the swing break?
Calvin, dinner's ready.
And that's how he died?
But that day, he finally made up his mind to do it. I told him going around was impossible. Maybe if I hadn't said that.
Uh-oh.
Calvin, I'm not gonna tell you again.
Uh-oh.
Maybe if the wind hadn't picked up, then maybe he'd still be here. But I doubt it.
Oh, no.
I think he'd already made up his mind. That's what I want to remember about my brother.
Oh, no. Oh! He went around!
The day he made up his mind to fly. And he did.
Took air.
Calvin's story felt strangely familiar. When I was younger, I remember trying to do the exact same thing.
Oh. That's sad.
After the funeral, Edie roped off Calvin's half of the room.
But
Mom said Grandpa Sam enlisted at 18 and never set foot in the room again.
oof. Oofs. Ew. Butterfly. Oh. No, we're not going in yet. Not done looking at the brother's stuff. Oh, dang, look. You can see, like, he shared this room for so long. Oh. Oof. Why do hummingbirds hum? They don't know the words. Aw. The door gets me every time. Page 8. Cause like, you can see all the kid stuff. The kid toys, the kid bedspread, the kid everything, but he kept on growing, so he has all these photos because he got into photoing, and then he has cigarettes because he was smoking, and then all his enlisting stuff. He has some old kid stuff, but a lot of high school diploma, listing, join and fight. He doesn't have a bridge. There's no bridge for him. They executed it so well. That's spooky.
The passages were a pretty tight fit. They'd obviously been built for smaller hands and bellies.
Oh, it's the wine cabinet! Escaped. Huh.
Edie's father, Odin, built the original house.
Is that like my new information I've found? Oh. Okay, phew! Oh my god, I thought I couldn't come in again. Oh, we're in Barbara's room!
Growing up, I always thought of Barbara as a child star.
I mean, she was. Seattle Ballet Company. Ba 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 ba. Take my hand. Got me rocking and a rolling, rocking in a rhythm, Barbara. Penelope's Diner. Dang. Seattle Starlet, Seattle Starlet.
I never thought about how hard it must have been for her afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Happy birthday, Barbara. She die on her birthday? Barb Street. Rated jobs. Improv night. She's like a very like typical wanting to make it big, like that trope or that storyline. It's not a storyline because it actually is reality, but where you're like working a job, but you are circling all the ads in the papers for auditions and going to all the improv nights and hope that you'll like get featured, you know, picked up. Bigfoot.
Of all the stories people wrote about Barbara's death, I'm surprised Edie saved this one.
Old Jack here with another ghastly tale inspired by America's most unfortunate family. I'm calling it The Surprise Ending of Barbara Finch. As a child star, Barbara was famous for her scream. Now at 16, she was all washed up.
Only
has been.
16?
But in a lucky break, she'd been asked to perform her signature scream at a local convention for monster movie fans. It was just the boost her career needed. Unfortunately, her scream hadn't aged well.
Getting better. I think you just need the right motivation.
Her biggest fan and current boyfriend, Rick, was about to demonstrate when...
Now that was a great scream.
It was Barbara's father, Sven. He'd slipped into a table saw and had to be rushed to the emergency room.
Oh my God.
Barbara got stuck babysitting her youngest brother, Walter. Her convention comeback was cancelled.
Oh no!
Okay, I'm hearing frustration, but I'm not hearing terror. What if I tried...
A gang of hoodlums in Halloween masks have been terrorizing Orcas Island tonight. Police are urging residents to...
That came from the basement.
You're right! Also, I loved your delivery on that. Why is your basement door locked?
Because my dad likes making puzzles and secret passages. There's a key hidden in the music box. The secret is to keep winding and winding until finally the key pops out.
Thanks.
Oh!
I'll be back in a sec.
Thanks, babe.
20 minutes later, Rick hadn't returned. So Barbara went to look for him. Right on cue. She reached for the music box. And as she wound the key, she listened for Rick, but the house was silent.
You put the key back? Oh, this is wild! Is this Nancy Drew?
She found Rick's crutch and imagined the worst.
Oh, yeah! Because it's Halloween, isn't it? Or it's almost Halloween. That's right, you better watch out. I've got a weapon, I'm not afraid to use it!
The gang's leader is the infamous Hookman killer, Dr. Carl Hamill, who impaled and then ate his family 10 years ago tonight.
Are you excuse me? Table saw. He ate his family, I think?
The old fridge rattled and grew still.
Oh dear!
Oh!
Rick?
Oh dear!
Barb, relax. I was just trying to scare you to help you find your scream.
Well, I'm not scared, Rick. I'm furious.
Then act furious. All I'm getting from you now is that you're hurt and confused and you're...
She threw him out, but she kept a little something to remember him by.
Barb, have you seen my other crutch?
And she was still holding it when she fell asleep watching the late picture show. Hours later...
Barbara! Walter, what's going on up there? Ah! Okay, I'm coming up, but if this is a trick, you're dead, Walter.
I think Walter's dead. Why is this so freaky? I hate this.
Walter, are you there?
Walter was still on.
Orcas Island police describe the man as 6 feet tall, with a steel hook for a hand. Residents are urged to lock all doors and windows and notify the police of any suspicious activity.
Barbara turned, saw the hook man, and was speechless.
Oh.
He was quite smashing.
God.
He couldn't get enough of Barbara.
Okay, Barbara, there's gotta be another way out of here.
That night, she played her part beautifully.
I'm gonna kill her.
Wally's door hadn't been opened in years. The hinges groaned.
Yeah! Oh! Oh! Oh!
He wasn't moving, but she sensed the story might not be over yet.
Go, 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 go! She's gone!
The hookman had vanished. She listened for his breathing, but all she heard was...
Sorry, oh my god. This is freaky, but also like really...
Someone at the door was dying to speak to young Barbara. At the door, she heard whispering. It was coming from inside the house.
Oh dear.
The gang? Oh.
The monsters had come to surprise her. For Barbara, it was a dream come true.
What?
Then she saw what kind of monsters they were, and she realized what was about to happen. She was going to be famous. And with her final breath, Barbara Finch gave the performance of her.
Oh, it was the gang.
I wasn't there myself, but I hear Barbara was magnificent.
I think you were there.
Girl. She had a taste for stardom. But unfortunately, so did her fans. Of course, the police blamed it all on poor Rick.
Oh.
He disappeared the same night.
Oh.
And little Walter? Hiding under his bed the whole time. He took it all pretty hard.
Yeah, I bet.
Another story. As for Barbara, tucked inside the music box is all they ever found of her. Her ear.
Ew!
Now that's what I call a real eerie tale.
Ha ha ha. A little messed up, bro.
Edie told me all Barbara wanted was to be remembered, as absurd as that comic was. Maybe what Edie saw was a happy ending.
Aww. With the crutch, too. Back to the...
I guess now I know why Mom didn't like me playing with the music box.
Haha! Now we can go into the basement. Where Sven worked? Ooh, we did like a whole circle on the upstairs. Note the broken railing. It all makes sense now. Man. Gee willikers. It's not a worse pun than mine. My pun was hilarious. Nice. That's cool. I want that in real life. If I had a flip. You didn't see it, but it said it was saving a basement. Ding dong. Pool table. This is where I beat up things. Laundry? Well, that's nice. Like, at least... if she wasn't allowed in the basement, that means she never had to do the laundry. Forbidden laundry. The babies. The small victories. My mom doesn't have me do the laundry because it's locked in the basement where my sister died. Or there was a group of murderers.
Mom said the
there.
basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
And where my great my grandpa got you know, attacked by a saw. Sven. Oh, this is where she got the wood things for everybody.
I saw Edie sneak down to the basement once, carrying packages.
Too dark for me to see. Carrying packages.
I thought maybe she was hiding presents.
Oh, it's the fridge.
It turned out she was hiding a lot more than that.
God. It's one of those capsules for the war. A bunker! Oh my god, this is just like
I remember
Nancy Drew.
asking Mom once about where Walter had gone.
It's the mole man!
She said after Barbara died, he got as far away as he could.
It is a bunker. Alvin's cereal. Yummy.
If there's a pattern in all these stories,
Tasty beef.
I think it's that none of us has gotten very far.
The mole man! Walter was the mole man. Aw, poor Walter. Beans!
Goodbye, everyone. I can't believe I've been down here for 30 years.
My god. Ah, yeah, beans!
On that first day, after the shaking started, I didn't think I'd survive a week. But after a few days, I settled into a routine. That's what kept me sane.
30 years underground?
Having a schedule, living for today.
Oh, it's peaches.
I always expected to
dangerous.
be dead tomorrow.
Do that, guys. You can cut yourself on the
And
metal.
if you wait long enough, you get used to anything.
Blink. you guys eat fruit cups? I love
Even a
fruit cups.
monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal. Almost friendly.
What? At least he has music.
And then one day, everything just stopped.
No more shaking. Oh, look at
Whatever
my
that
hands.
thing
They're
was,
old.
It was gone.
The old hands.
Maybe it got tired of waiting.
Dang, I'm eating a lot
Or
of
maybe I
peaches.
just got tired of being afraid.
How many peaches did he have stored in here?
It's been a week now, the longest in 30 years. I'm done waiting.
Oh.
I have to leave while I still can.
Do it.
Deeper. We need to go.
Deeper. Oh. Just some more games. More cereals.
I know it's out there somewhere. Whatever killed Barbara,
The guy.
Molly.
How did Molly die again?
And Calvin.
Murdered. Like, not murdered, but like... Wait, what happened to Molly? She implied that something was under her bed going to kill her. But also, before she died, she was so hungry she kept on eating a bunch of stuff, which could also kill her.
Maybe this is all a mistake.
Oh!
But I need to stop living the same day, even if it kills me.
Oh!
Whatever's out there, I want you to know I'm ready for it. I'm going to appreciate all of it, especially the food.
Yeah, especially those berries. They probably made her
I don't mind if I
hallucinate.
only have a year left. Or a month. Or a single week. I'd be happy with one new day.
The
I can already
sunlight!
imagine the sun on my face.
Walter died when I was 6. I can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
What a time to come in, Hophia. Hi. How are you guys, everybody? How was Ultra Kill? Holy moly. Did they come in just as that happened? Hello. I missed it. How did he die? He was walking out of a tunnel, looking up to see the sunlight. And while he was on the train track to lead him to his new life, a train horn blared. And the sun turned into a spotlight. A raid train? If I had one of those, you know how there's a raid train like animations where they go across the screen in a little train? Oh my god, if I had that at that exact moment, that would have been the funniest thing in the world. That's so sad. It was good. I'm finally making progress. That's wonderful. Missed opportunity. So sad. Well, everybody from Fuse Raid, hello, welcome. I'm Noel, a funny little mage who owns a carnival. And today we're playing What Remains of Edith Finch, which is a mystery and also it's kind of like an... I like to call these kind of like visual novels, sort of. Like, it's more gamey than a visual novel, but it's basically like walking through a story, right? It's like a pop-up book. Yeah, a pop-up visual novel. And we're discovering what happened to the Finches. Dang, I'm just realizing Edie had so many kids. Walking simulator. Yeah! It's really interesting so far. Kind of heartbreaking, but so well made and so detailed. Oh, his last day was March 30th. Well, we know to look both ways. He used to make trains too? How ironic did this curse need to be?
I'm sure my mom was trying to protect me.
You think about it. Right. But some are like more walking sim than others. Wow. This fake view. And another train. This place is so small. Where did he pee? Found his pee hole. He spent 30 years making trains and then he died by one? Is stream doing that? Doing what? I'm waiting. I'm waiting until Mickey finds the answer. Because it doesn't say I've dropped any frames. Oh, it stopped. You were like PowerPoint wiping across. What the? Is it okay now? Oh, you had a bike. That's nice. Bridger had a moment. Oh, okay. If it's Bridger, then yeah. How do I go down? Oh, there we go. And I only got a little bit dizzy. I'm so sorry. Bridger's stinky sometimes.
Maybe she was afraid I'd end up like Walter.
Alright, guys. Be careful.
But if she never told me about an uncle under the house... I can only imagine what else she was hiding.
It's a little crazy. Edith always mentioned it.
I don't want to make the same mistakes she made.
Ew. His stank pile.
Trying to bury something that's still alive.
Alright, guys, moral of the story,
Now that there's only one of us left. Or maybe two.
She doesn't know he died.
I heard the stories for myself.
We're not walking on the rail.
But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem. Maybe we believed so much in a family curse. We made it real.
They found his body. Chain part 2! 200 encounters! What shiny are you looking for?
I don't know if I should even be writing this.
Someone's gonna read it one day. The No shiny chime. I've never gotten a shiny chime before.
Maybe it'd be better if all this just died with me.
That's sad.
But I thought you should know about your family. And the history you're a part of.
What's in there? What are these freaky giant things? Oh, it's a totem pole. With everybody in the family? That's pretty. Slidey no-no again! Oh, you know what it is? It's probably because I tilt too far to the side. And then my mic blocks my face.
Though to be honest, I feel as lost as you probably do right now. I think the people in these stories believed them, for what that's worth.
This story, we go into other people's stories in their point of view through what they write. So it makes me think that Edith is gone and we're reading her story. That's what it feels like to me. And we're just in another POV. You know what I mean? Since the game's been doing that. The city. Ah! I died! Still doesn't want to go. Touch me properly. Grab me properly. Yeah, it is a little bit of an intermission. A breath of fresh air.
And when you look at the house, that history of imagination and stubbornness and madness, any of it seems possible.
It's true. The house that reminds me of that murder house. If she's dead, who would be going through this place? Nobody. It's just her or it's, you know how, like, when we were in Molly's POV, right? We turned into like a cat and we were going around the room and we were touching things, but nothing was telling us exactly what to do. That's what I mean. So it's like, it's as if somebody else is reading the book at the very beginning that she wrote and they're living it like we lived it when we were in Molly's POV or Walter's POV. Yeah. That's my theory right now. This is where he died. He like flew off here and like... I wonder if like his grave is there somewhere. Trash only, no recyclables.
I think we've been surrounded by death for so long, we've just gotten used to it. What kind of family finishes building a cemetery before starting the house?
I guess what else would you do with a dead body? You know?
It's embarrassing for me to admit this, but the pet cemetery made me more uncomfortable than the human one.
Oh. That's a lot of pets. Christopher, Shadow, Shancy, Oliver,
3 of the gerbils are mine, and too had been my fault.
Burpy, Derpy, Derpy Jr., Chirpy, Furpy, Lurpy, Zerpy? Zoe, Coco, Charlie, Tucker, Daisy, Lucy. Bailey. One of them got knocked over and I can't read his name. Rest in peace,
Sven
Zerpy.
built the house. But it was
Only
Edie who
Zerpy?
designed the cemetery.
Molly Finch. Aww. Oh dang, she died so close to her birthday. 2 days after her 10th birthday? Sven. I like the name Sven. I guess the others too. Edie seemed to have lasted, like, she lived a full life. Walter Finch. Oh, that's pretty. Is that him in the... like him stepping out of the tunnel in the train? Sad. That's really unique. Barbara Finch. Star. Born on Halloween and died on Halloween. Only 24 years old? Is that it? Wow. $16. Oh, I can do math.
I'm sure Odin's monument had been Edie's idea. My mom was always trying to move on, but for Edie, the past never went away.
I mean, she lived through it. I will go down with it.
She could see it poking out of the water at low tide.
Oh. They were that close to shore? Hold my hand now.
Edie said she dreamed about the old house every night.
Spooky. They almost made it!
Edie's side was always easier for me to understand.
They saw the land and then the waves took them.
But the older I get, the more I can see where my mom was coming from.
Gregory Finch.
Her dad had been pretty strict,
Sam
but it wasn't
Finch.
enough to save her brothers. She was just trying to do better.
Who are these people? Baby. Not baby. Sam is the other twin. Oh. He was only a year old? How did he have a bedroom? Am I dumb? Oh. Yeah, I'm dumb. Sam's the one that died. Okay, that makes more sense. We don't know who Gus is. Or do we?
She lost 2 of her brothers, just like I did. I get why she tried so hard to protect us.
Milton.
We never found Milton's body, so my mom insisted we were putting up a monument, not a tombstone.
Oh, that's why she said there might be 2 of us. Because they haven't found Milton. Sanjay. That's the one that's kind of off to the side. Lewis Finch. I don't know what happened to her brother yet, right?
There's so many things I wish I could ask my mom now. Part of me thinks this is what she wanted all along. For me to come back someday and find everything out for myself.
I like how time has passed. It's night now, and it was becoming afternoon after we spoke to Molly, I believe.
But looking back on it now,
this is cute.
Hi, Harley!
If she told me there was going to be so much climbing, I never would have come when I was 22 weeks pregnant.
Miss? She's writing to her future child. Her future child is the one reading this? At least we know who the reader could be. Why would you go back to your cursed home when you're pregnant? Even if you don't believe that it's cursed. I mean, I guess if you don't believe it's cursed, then you would go. Wait, didn't she say it was 17? Yeah, that's another thing. If you look down. Oh yeah, you're right. I do have a bump. I do have a little baby bump. Was that always there? Could I always do that? I was looking at my feet before, and I was like, I can't see my feet very well. I remember thinking that, because I was trying to see if what shoes she was wearing.
I never met Grandpa Sam, but I think he and my mom had a lot in common.
Oh, I missed what she said there.
They were both pretty intense.
Bear. Goose. U.S. Marines. Sam! Oh, this is the twin. The photo guy. My grandpa.
Dawn, I promise, you'll never forget this weekend.
Yes, sir.
These memories are gonna last a lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Am I gonna have to shoot anything?
It's a hunting trip, Dawn. Shooting is strongly encouraged.
What?
Cute.
Perfect.
This is
It's
so
gonna rain the
unique.
whole weekend, isn't it?
Oh, hold on 1 second, guys. was ordering a burrito. Just continue. My mom!
Please just take the damn picture.
Oops.
Hey, language.
Yeah, language. Oops.
Did you want to get a picture of me or what?
Trying.
I will never forget this weekend, Dad.
That's the spirit.
Oh my god, what a little nerd. This
Okay,
is
got
so creative.
I'm gonna take some pictures, okay?
Just be careful. That camera's older than you are.
This is such a good idea.
Aw.
Definitely should not have drunk all that coffee.
Is he peeing?
You're right, Dad. It's starting to clear up. Still freezing.
Hey!
That's a keeper.
Pee.
I'm just saying, I'm not always gonna be here, Don. You'll need to remember this stuff, if you want to survive.
I'll be fine, Dad.
You know who else thought he was gonna be fine?
Some guy who died.
Don, I'm being serious.
I know, Dad. You're always serious. Doesn't being out here make you want to chill out?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't been out here in 20 years. Last time I was with my brother Calvin. Man, that was a great trip.
I didn't realize he was
Don,
my
don't you think you could
grandpa.
find something more interesting to photograph?
You're so interesting. You're my dad.
We found an old logging trail. There were deer everywhere.
Deer.
I bet if I could remember where that trail was, we'd spot a buck for you in no time. Give me a minute to check the map.
Dad!
Good eyes, Don. Before you take the shot, let me get a picture of you.
Dad, I...
Just breathe. Turn off your imagination. Focus on your target. Let me get behind you.
Do I have to do this?
Aww.
Don, you don't have to do anything. But if you want to survive, you'll need to be strong. Now keep yourself squared up. Great shot, Don!
Aww.
I'm proud of you, Don. Always remember that, okay?
Definitely a labor of love. Oh, it's me.
Sorry, Don. Just gotta reset the timer.
Dad, it's twitching. I think
That's
it's
totally normal, Don. Just focus on the camera. Try not to
Oh,
think about...
Dad!
Of all these stories, that's the one I wish most that my mom had told me.
I told her that? That's so sad. Dang. Oh, it's her and her daughter. I mean, him and his daughter.
Sam spent his life shooting photos, but Mom said he got nervous being in front of the camera. I guess we're all afraid of something. Instead of hiding from death, Sam seemed to go out of his way to meet it.
That does make sense. Like, if it's gonna take me, then take me kind of deal, you know? If I'm really cursed, then I may as well be doing something that's worth it to me. Okay. Cave. Death is coming. Why not today? Yeah. His medals. But his best medal was his daughter. Bump. Is this healthy? Meal ready to eat.
After Sam died, my mom and Edie got really close. They'd both lost a lot.
Yeah. Bench control. Crayon. That's the brother. Gregory, the one that only lived a year. The one I saw the grave for and I thought it was Sam, but it wasn't Sam. Oh, I thought it was Sam. I thought it was Sam's twin. Divorce contract? Kay and Sam Finn. No, I want to read it. A lawsuit has been filed against you. You have 20 calendar days after this summons is served on you to file a written response to the attached complaint petition with the clerk of this court, located at 3527 Clark Court Street, Friday Harbor, WA 98250. A phone call will not protect you. Your written response, including the case number given above and the names of the parties, must be filed if you want the court to hear your side of the case. If you do not file your response in time, you may lose the case and your wages, money, and property may be taken thereafter without further warning from the court. There are other legal requirements. You may want to call an attorney right away. If you do not know an attorney, you may call an attorney referral service or a legal aid office listed in the phone book. Remember phone books? If you choose to file a written response yourself at the same time you file your written response to the court, must also mail and take a copy of your written response to the party serving the summons at. Copies of all court documents in this case, including other orders, are available at the clerk. You must declare a counter address. Yes, warning. Rule. Washington Family Rule Procedure. Comply. Striking
Dear
point.
Kay, do you remember the way Gregory used to laugh when he thought he was alone? Like something funny was happening, but only he could see it.
I'm a baby.
Things the rest of us don't.
Gregory. What am I doing? Oh. Oh! I'm the frog!
Time's over, Gregory. It's time to...
Oh my god, I sound just like my mom.
Hold on, sweetie. Hello?
My grandma?
Sam, I told you Hold on, I don't want Gregory to hear this.
I'm scared. Did I choke on this rabbit? Ribbit?
I wish he could have told us about the world he saw.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Hey, there's so much I don't understand about Gregory,
Rocky rabbit.
about everything.
You can't be leaving kids in closed tubs, especially babies.
But I know what happened wasn't your fault. I'm sure he's happy. And he'd want you to be happy too.
Yeah, the kid drowned.
Good luck, Kay. Love, Sam.
Oof. Sam. They put the bubble bath that... He put all the things that were in the tub in there with him. That'd be too sad for me. What's... Paint? A non-attentive one. Dawn. What are these creepy... Gregory! Dawn! Gus!
I can't imagine my mom ever writing poetry, and yet...
Now Gus. Gus was a rock star. Mess me up at this part?
A poem
The baby
for
or
Gus,
this?
who always said the wedding was a bad idea. Our father never hit us kids, at least not very hard, before the day my brother said with teenage disregard
The
that
baby.
he'd be dead before he'd see a wedding in our yard.
Yeah, the baby.
My father made him come, of course, but Gus stood far apart, just flew his kite and bottled up the storm inside his heart.
We are gathered here today.
I tried to talk him out of it, but though he'd never met her, we don't need a stepmom were the words that I remember.
Husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
The tub was drained,
the
but
time
she
for
did
photos
leave
came,
him
Dad
alone
ordered him to
before.
come here. But
Oh.
Gus declined, and as a sign held up his middle
I think
finger.
parents never mean to do harm, you know? Or most parents don't mean it when it happens. It's just a sad thing. This part is real cool. The way they tell each of these stories
Wind
is
picked
really
up,
cool.
And panicked geese appeared and quickly went. But all the humans did that day was go inside the tent.
Oh! Tornado?
The rain came down in buckets then, but no one seemed afraid that nature might destroy the tent our dad had crudely made.
Whee! Ooh, that's fun. Woo! That's so fun.
The thunder sounded much too close and full of angry power. All
He
my
was
father
struck
said
by
was,
lightning?
Make the music louder.
Ah! Ay, ay, ay.
I wish that I could truly say I thought about you on that day.
Jellyfish.
Out there on the beach alone. Just you, the wind, the sea, and foam.
Oh!
But I didn't. Until we found you.
Woof.
She never talked about him, but Mom told me once if I was a boy, they were going to name me Gus.
Gus. I wanted to read this thing. You love, when someone you love becomes a memory, the memory becomes a treasure. Deepest sympathy. Why do they have this scary as heck room? Oh yeah, here's my Gus. Because they were war kids? Sam, the military dad things? Yeah. My gosh. Raise flag, breakfast, quiet time. Duties. Don sweep trash, Gus mop mow lard, Greg be a baby. Routine, jump rope, jumping jacks, push-ups. 100 push-ups? Rent a mailbox and back. Easies, Louisies. Oh my god, a rock climbing wall! Heck yeah.
My mom moved up to the loft after her brothers died.
Ugh.
At the time, it was as far away as she could get.
Oh, this is cute. Messed up, she has to look down, but still cute. The Holy
Religion
Bible.
was another thing my mom never talked about, but I think it helped her a lot after her dad died.
Mm. Ooh. 10 ways to teach critical thinking. Oh, we need that on the internet. Where helping hands create safe places. Wedding presents. Fly to India.
She spent a summer building houses in Calcutta.
Oh,
where she met my
Sanjay!
dad, Sanjay.
Aww, cute. What happened to Sanjay? If you marry into the family, are you affected by this so-called curse? Cute. Don't forget. Oh. Oh, that spooked me. Hi, thank you for the follow on that kit. The frog. Wait, go back here. Oh? Then I'll tell you. This cat's about to slap that squirrel. Now where do I go? That's where Kay left. Her things! Guess it'll stop me if I am not supposed to go a certain way. Doo-doo-doo. Did I walk on that before? I mean, the next place to go is always the hardest. But I am guessing it was back in that room. We have to get up really high. I want to know what's up there. We're only on like the first floor. Can I run? Oh, I can. Sort of. I'm like zooming in. Oh! Why is it saving? Oh, cool. Alright, well. Emergency evacuation plan. House rules. No playing outside without permission. No answering door for strangers. No messes after dark. All chores before dark. Respect others. Hi, Silver. How are you? Punching bag. Pew, 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 pew. I feel like I have to go through. Done rebirthing your character. Nice. Happy rebirth to your character. Alright, we're back up here. Aha. I knew it.
My mom moved to India a week after graduation and got a job teaching English.
See, that's what I was thinking about this the other day, about how if I had changed. When I graduated high school, I was thinking about going to study abroad or to work abroad, but all the jobs were teaching English, and I was like, I suck at teaching. How do you expect me to just, like, why is that the only thing?
Lewis was born a year later.
Oh, Lewis. Who's Lewis? Oh, Lewis is the first one. No, Lewis was the one that died recently. Whoa.
When my dad died, I don't think Mom knew where else to go.
Yeah, but I want to be like, I wanted to work something.
I'm sure Edie was happy to have her back.
Basil, sage, thyme, mint, Milton.
And to see kids in the house again.
Oh, look at that. That's cool. Milton was an artiste. Edith. Oh, full of these little characters. Lewis was very to the book. Oh, dang, look at Dawn. Babies. Could have worked with manual labor. At the time, the only programs that I could work with were through, like you could only select a certain amount of things, and they were pretty much
the house
all
had to get a little
teaching
bigger,
things.
but Edie was used to that.
The house had to get a little bigger, so we just built on top of it. That's fine, structurally.
And for a while, things were good. Almost normal.
Well, they learned it up here. Great job. They
But it
didn't
last.
They didn't go to work. I mean, to school. Odin Finch. The curse. Wouldn't she know what the curse is then? Oh, I guess this place is locked up still. So maybe she did go to school. Dang, there's a perfectly good laptop here. Aw, look at us. Fact or fiction? Awesome. I thought about those programs too, but the only language I know well enough to do that is French, and it's not as available. Jose!
The beginning of the end was Milton's 10th birthday, when Edie gave him a castle.
Castle. Okay, well, it's implied I go this way, so I'll go this way. Is this his castle? Milton!
After Milton disappeared, the only thing he left behind was a room full of paintings.
Aww. He was 10 and painting that good? Crazy. Ooh. Break it. It's a door. It's his door. But backwards. Whoa. Oh, I like the
I think
architecture.
Edie was happy to finally have another painter in the family.
Very creative. Younglings can do. Oh, this is so cool. Oh, a ship with balloons. Ha! That is character, his OC. Cute. Milton original, do not steal. Extra, extra. Newspaper available. Take notes. Paints. Orca Island. Murder probe clues exhausted. Oh, pretty. It's like, almost like their house.
Milton Finch in The Magic Paintbrush.
Oh, animation. Achoo! Tim drawing the door. Bless you. I knew it.
I was 4 when Milton disappeared.
He drew him as how he drew his character. His persona. That is so cute.
Mom spent months searching for my brother. Then she sealed the doors.
He went up there. I want to open the door.
Whatever Milton had found in the house, Mom didn't want it getting out.
Why add pots there? Dun, 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 dun. Aw, you kitty! He painted them. To ruin your speed run, I see. But why would you want to go that way? Why'd you want to go that way? This is so sketchy.
Mom definitely blamed Edie, but I think Lewis blamed himself. After he graduated, he just spent more and more time in his room. Until Mom got him a job at the cannery.
And then we had canned salmon.
Everyone always told me to stay in Lewis's room. Except Lewis.
Closer look. Look in all peepholes. Marijuana? Is that a hookah? Yeah, depression. The devil's lettuce? Ah, yes, the chill spot. Where one would chill. You lived in a boat? Rose got a boat for a room? Heck yeah. It is a hookah.
Lewis's room smelled very, very familiar. That part of him lived on.
His weed? That's good for your baby. Ooh, he had a game.
Lewis and I spent a lot of time playing games together, but he was surprisingly bad at them.
Aw.
He died a lot.
He died a lot, huh? Dang, look at all that residue. Theodore's Quality Cigars. Nice. PC. Double screen! Greater Seattle?
Dear Mrs. Finch, as Lewis's psychiatrist, I can understand your desire for an explanation. As I see it, the trouble began in January, shortly after we convinced your son to seek treatment for substance abuse. Newly sober, I believe Lewis first noticed the monotony of his daily life. He kept working at the cannery. But he withdrew part of
I know, I was about to say the exact same
In
thing,
our
Ash.
sessions, I saw the same
The
behavior. His mind began to wander.
Oh.
I asked him to describe it. He said he started small, imagining a labyrinth. He'd feel his way about. Then something
This is
moved.
cool.
Bats
Bats.
and toads.
Toads. Good thing I'm good at multitasking. Come on, dude. Oh. Whoa. Dragon.
And things that have not names.
Sick.
He knew it was all in his head.
The fish.
but he took it very seriously. I had hoped he'd find himself.
You can kind of see when my brain like tries to go up for up.
But he found something more.
Ooh.
I worried about him
3D.
Daydreaming at the cannery, I spoke with his boss. But he said Lewis had become a model employee. Methodical, tireless, focused. Like a whole new Lewis. So I let him go on. I even encouraged him. It seemed very promising at first. He told me he'd made a new friend.
A dog.
On the edge of a city he named Lewis Topia. He built the city up slowly, brick by brick. Then he made musicians.
You want to be a fish like these fish?
And songs for them to play.
The screen is getting bigger.
He talked about starting a band. And he was always humming.
I almost didn't realize.
Every day his imagination grew stronger. He no longer spoke at the cannery. But his chopping was as reliable as ever. Then one day it struck him that all the cheering crowds, even the stones under his feet, were all in his imagination. So he could do whatever he wished.
Okay.
He held an election for mayor. And he won.
Nice. King Louis!
They begged him to stay, but his mind was already wandering. It became a game for him.
Whoa.
He'd conquer a city, then immediately push on.
Yeah. This is what it's like when I sort signs.
New
That's why I like
Lewisburg.
sorting signs. 'Cause I can just daydream.
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
He started drifting away from our reality.
I'm scared I'm gonna chop my hand off. That's not enough to kill you,
Minneapolis.
is it? I guess it could be.
Until one day he forgot to go home from the cannery.
Oh.
Even as his mother pleaded with him, part of Lewis kept sailing on.
Bye. Bye-bye. Sorry, I'm
In
fishing.
Lewisburg, he heard rumors of a
Oh, beautiful prince! Oh my god.
beautiful
Gays.
prince.
Gays rule. I want to marry him. Elixir the
The
Meme
prince was on his
thank
own
you!
quest for
Radiant rainbows? Obviously.
radiant rainbows.
Yay! Gay. This is a bi icon, heck yeah! Oops.
He followed the sound of his
Ooh, electric sitar! Woo!
electric sitar. His chase led him to a golden palace east of the sun and west of the moon.
Where my prince lies?
Even then, his logic remained sound. He knew the world was all in his imagination.
Oh. Milton. Which one was Milton again? Is that the artiste?
But he was so proud of having created it. In his own eyes, he'd become something greater than a king.
Ooh. The one before this that went missing. I like him. I want to know what happened to him. He's a mystery to me.
For someone who'd never known success in the real world, I think it was overwhelming.
I want to know what he found out. I like that he has like
that the
an
real
OC,
Lewis was
you
not
know?
the one chopping salmon,
Oh.
but the one climbing the steps of a golden palace.
Oh no. This happens to people. Where's my hubby?
My imagination is as real as my body, he told me. It was hard to argue.
Really? Oh my god, I would love to play that game after. Oh. Poor dude. The one Chinese place that comes to the
I began to forget the world
takeout.
we know. I think
All
it
this
pained him to
fish.
remember Lewis, the cannery worker.
Yeah, that would be rough. Oh, it's me! The king! Oh.
He began to despise the man with a royal contempt.
Uh-oh. Ayo, boyo.
I still thought I could save him.
Uh-oh.
Even after he said he was being crowned king over all the lands of wonder.
Ma'am.
The palace would be packed with his companions.
Ma'am, that's a bit concerning. He's telling her all of this and she's just...
Including the wise Calico who'd insisted on advising him.
Oh, she was the Calico? I thought he was sober. Oh, I'm going this way. That was the prince.
His prince waited, holding his crown. There was only one thing left to do.
Bubble. The unfinished swan.
Bend down
That's
his
so
head.
cute. Oh! Hi, Kawasi! Hello! You came at a very scary part of the game. Hello! Guys, this is who did my beautiful 3D model.
And the rest
Oh
I
my
think you know.
goodness.
Mrs. Finch, your son was a kind man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
Man, Emily Newth, you messed up.
My brother was really cool. I wish you could have met him.
That was so vivid in how you knew exactly what was happening. I love stories like that, even though they're... You got a gamer keyboard? Red King's Dream. It's him, alright. Yeah, that was so good. It's so exactly what it feels like too. You get so used to you're doing one thing, but all your focus is on the other thing, right?
Funeral, my mom told me to start packing.
Like the going down, the side. You're just doing that over and over again. Kind of. But then your other side is doing a whole bunch of other things.
She waited until the day before we left to tell Edie.
Spent some time on an assembly line that was very accurate. I used to watch movies in my head. I do a lot of writing in my head.
Easier or harder.
Would you like watch movies you already seen? Like you would just see how much you remembered of the movies? Yeah, just watch things. How do you write with your head? I don't know how to explain it. It's just like, I'll write what I want to write, but in my head.
I wish we'd stayed.
Peanuts? Oh!
But I understand why we left.
Baguhute. Whose house is this? Mine? A few things to keep in mind for Unfinished Swan. It's implied Milton left willingly based off the fact he bows at the end of the flip book.
My mom ended up leaving everything behind.
Also, Unfinished Swan takes place years after he disappeared. Yeah, I was so curious because it's like he draws the door and it's like his door for his room, but it's like a closed door. It's like he's, you know, like he's left someplace and he closed the door behind him. To teach and to learn. Don Finch. Sanjay! Disaster relief. Did he die in a disaster? All the stuff avengers which Dean give us faith to give us the good courage.
What happened that night had been coming for a long time.
Birdies.
Maybe it should have come sooner.
You did. You remember Blixer? Ooh, pretty.
But it had to end one way or another.
From another person who played this a week or so ago. Oh, cute!
All that's left now was to tell you about that last night.
My room. Just like me in Outer Wilds. Edith. I said it before you did. Wait. Is it Edith Finch her or Edith Finch her grandma? Oh, I guess it's her.
That whole last day, Edie just watched us pack and didn't say a word. Until supper, when she raised her glass and said,
"To our final night together, and all our final nights apart."
Grandma, you know what I said about alcohol. Some of your medications are very
Edith,
specific.
I left a present for you in the hallway. Why don't you go open it? The grown-ups have to argue now.
I'm sorry, you're right. We're all leaving tomorrow. Let's just enjoy our last...
I'm not leaving.
Edith, you're excused.
Sockies.
The power had been shut off that morning, but Edie always had plenty of candles.
There were a lot of candles.
When my mom sealed the library, I don't think she knew about the other entrance. Or that Edie had a key to it.
Secret tunnel! Secret
The thing
tunnel!
you're afraid of isn't going to end when you leave the house.
Go to bed.
Edith has a right to know these stories.
My children are dead because of your stories! I think it's best if Edith and I leave tonight. We'll have the nursing home send a van for you in the morning. Okay?
History of the Finches by Edie Finch!
Dear
this is...
There's so many stories I wish I could tell you, but there's only time for one. This is about what happened on the night you were born. That night, the tide went way, way out.
We're in Inception right now. We're in a story within a story within a story.
It was the first and last time I ever saw the old house aground. There'd been an earthquake out in the middle of the ocean.
Ah, the shaking.
They called it the lowest tide in 1,000 years. God, it smelled awful. You know, I've seen that house every day of my life.
Going to the house!
But I never thought I'd go back to it. When the fog rolled in, I lost my way.
No, but there's the light.
I got turned around.
Oh.
I started seeing things.
Ooh! Did I follow it?
Things I'd forgotten had ever existed. But when I saw them, they felt like old friends. That night, a lot of things came back to me.
Oh my god, all this stuff from the house.
Or maybe I came back to them.
You did! You gotta go. No worries, Blixer! Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for telling me about the swan one. Definitely look into that after.
Things I can't explain, but that I need you to try and...
Edith, what are you doing in here?
It's mine.
Edith!
Mom, you're gonna rip it! Let go! I kicked and screamed, but Mom dragged me to the car and I never saw Great-Grandma Edie again.
No.
The next morning, the van came to pick her up, but she was already gone.
Oof.
After that, we moved around a lot.
Ah, yeah, classic.
We both tried to make the best of it.
Why Eating.
A few years went by.
Oh, pretty.
My mom didn't like to talk about it.
I wish they looked good on me, but they never looked good on me.
She started getting sick a lot. The rest happened pretty quickly.
Rin!
She got better for a while, and then she didn't.
Rin! Hello!
And then I was alone.
Thank you so much for the raid.
Last Finch left alive.
How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. The
Until I found out about you. I'm still not sure what to tell you about all this. If we lived forever, maybe we'd have time to understand things.
God, I'm
But
so
as it
sorry.
is, I think the best we can do is try to open our eyes.
It's like the climax.
And appreciate how strange and brief all of this is.
Oh my god, we're in the womb.
This journal was supposed to be for you.
Locking in.
Am I about to get born? Okay, hold on. I'll pause now. I'll pause now. Thank you so much for the raid, Rin! You were drawing? Oh, I want to see your drawings. Thank you. Thank you. Right now, in Nono's Carnival, we are traveling through the past of the Finches in an exhilarating story. I think we're about at the end. It looks like we don't have Sven or Sanjay drawn yet, but maybe... Oh, it's because Sven and Sanjay were married... out? I don't know. Paused here for the exact same thing. Perfect. It's fate. It was designed for this specific moment. We don't have my mama and we don't have Edie. The leaves married in. But she didn't draw them, which is kind of sad. Maybe we'll get them soon? Or maybe I missed something? But anyways, Rin, please feel free to head out. Or if you want to watch the end of this game, then please feel free. I actually don't know how far much left we have, but I think we're pretty close to the end right now. Thank you again! Please stay safe in anything that you're doing. Even drinking water. Think I'll chill, be lurking though. Interesting, I haven't seen this before. It's called What Remains of Edith Finch. It's a short game, and it's like a story. Like you learn a story. Oh my gosh, it's moving me forward. I'm getting born. Guys, I'm about to be born.
But now I hope you'll never see it.
Oh, why?
I just want to meet you. And tell you all these stories myself.
Aw.
But I guess if you're reading this now...
Oh, I died in
things didn't
childbirth.
work out that way. This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it.
I knew it!
It's a lot to ask, but I don't want you to be sad that I'm gone. I want you to be amazed that any of us ever had a chance to be here at all. Good luck.
Oh my god, I called it. I knew it! Oh, I'm so proud of myself. I could only tell because I write stories myself, I think. Who died? The narrator. For Shirley Dallas. Aw. You write stories? Yeah! I went to school for writing. Dallas, creative director. Oh, they're children photos. I was at the end. Dang. Finish all the stories. I did? Yeah, but what was her? The mom? Yeah. Edith was the mom of who was reading the stories. Yeah. So like throughout the game, we kept on reading other people's writing and going into their point of view where they were the narrator of the story that we were reading. And so I hypothesized that what we were doing right now was reading her story through someone else's POV, and then we were seeing her POV through someone else. And that was what was happening. I guessed it. Oh, it's a hookahs. So in the end, it was Edith writing this for her son or daughter, whoever, child. Thanks, Jonah. I got a achievement for watching the credits. Tail. Look at these dogs. That was a good story. There's still so much. This game still hits so hard every time I see it. There's so much I still want to know, though. I feel like my curiosity hasn't been quelled. I don't know what happened to the brother. Maybe that's the only thing. I don't understand why she sealed everything up. We don't know what the curse is. If there was even a curse, maybe that's the thing, you know, like we never know if it was a curse or it was just telling the stories that made it feel like there was a curse, that made it feel like all these bad things happened. And it was part of the curse. But in reality, it was just stuff that was happening. Annapurna. And what happened to... I guess it was implied Sanjay died in a rescue mission? Or is it implied that Sanjay isn't in the Finch family? But he is, though, right? Because he married. He doesn't have the cursed blood? Eric Fong, trick or treat, smell my feet! We don't know why. Why did the brother hide out in the basement for so long too? The curse. Oh, the mom sealed everything up because it was her way of coping. Because it was right after Milton disappeared. I was trying to get her way of trying to keep the family curse from getting to her. Ah, I see, I see. The replay story. Sanjay. Oh, there we go. Oh, I see. They weren't... Oh, Odin and Ingeborg. Okay, okay, I get it, I get it. The replay of story option is now available. Okay. Very nice. Yeah! Well, I don't write them anymore. I wish I did. I miss writing a lot. There was a time where I thought that I would write an animation. Like, not draw it, but like write it. Write a movie. The screenplay. But I don't know how to end stories. I'm so bad at endings. They never feel satisfying to me. Whatever end I make isn't a satisfying end. hours, guys! It took me exactly 3 hours! I was actually kind of worried. I read in the comments to see how long it took some people, and some people it was like 3 hours and a half, and I was like, oh dang. I know your writing. Mickey knows my writing, it's true. Okay, let's go to my... Are you sure you want to quit the game? Yes, thank you, please, thank you. Outside. Go outside today. Don't get how the woman in the Halloween part died. Was she murdered by those people? Yeah, they broke into the house and they killed her. Uh-huh. I guess there wasn't really a mystery to solve. It was just learning about the family. I love learning about huge families. I think they're the best things in the world. Like, all like stuff like that, especially where it has like every... like curses, so to speak. Oh my goodness, what happened to that? Look at the reply in the chat board. She was killed and people made up stories about how it happened. So technically we don't know what happened, but it's theorized. A lot of fun theories that make you really think about each aspect. Maybe we could watch like a video. You know, like things you missed in What Happened to Edith Finch. That probably exists, right? Oops. What things you missed in What Remains of Edith Finch? The curse is a lie. Everything explained. All deaths explained. 100% serious. Full story and ending explained. Okay. This one has... This is from the Game Theorist. Is this Matt Pat? There's literally a game theory video. I've never, ever, ever watched a Matt Pat video in my entire life. Ever. I only, when the memes were coming up about like, and that's a game theory, did I realize that it was a thing. And so, I'm not about to start. Joseph Anderson one is pretty good, but long. Knuckles up. Full movie. Full game. Missed stories. Bonus. I don't know why this Joseph. Recontextualizes Edie in an interesting way. Edie feels like... Well, Edie, like, lost so many children. Like, what the heck? Joseph. You know, I have... You remember that, like, that scene I had where it was like a theater? You sent Molly to bed without food and locked the door too. Oh, yeah. That's a little... I wanted to make this scene like a special, like a YouTube watching scene, but I never actually got it finished. So I only have it like half set up. Hot dog. Hot dog, hot dog, hot dog. Diggity down. You stale the... Yeah! Okay, hold on. Let's do it. Let's do it. Theater over. This one. That's all the snack edges. Model's gorgeous. Thank you! Where are my theater seats? Gotta go already. Bye, Mickey! Thank you for hanging out! It was fun. Chair pink. Can I do it at the same? I forgot to turn on the pop cups today! I'm like, where are my pop cups? They're gone. Confiscate. Gonna save us. News. I don't want news anymore. Fish. Fishing still exists. Meow clock. That either. Room for everyone! Yeah! You over here. And then we'll get Nickel Fritz. And then we have the popcorn. Poppy corn. That's my poppy corn. Popcorn. Have our little foodsy items here. Wow! Okay. It'd be cool if I could make like it dimmed around the edges. How would I do that? Filter? Stroke, maybe? Oh, that's not it. Oh well, I'll figure that out some other time. In the meantime, let's see if I can get this bad boy up and running. The family killer. Oops. Full story. Gamer assault. Joseph. Aha! The villain of Edith Finch? 52 minutes. Okay, that is pretty long. Oh well, we'll watch like a little bit of it. How about that? I need a window capture, please. Oh, where is the whole window? Oomph. Layers. Watch her watch. It's 50 minutes! Did I do full screen? Villain Edith. If we're gonna watch this, I want... What? It doesn't... That's so sad! Go like this. Yes. Okay, so I have to have that above this one. Otherwise, fortunately, Nice. Okay, I think we got it. Got it, we got it. We got it. Properties. While we watch this, I'll try and figure out how to do the... Where's the volume? Why can't I hear it? I know, but I can't. Because see, they're all the same layer. Truly depressing. But also, why isn't the sound working? Can you hear it? Hear it. Oh! My tab was muted. Okay, wait. Wait 1 second. I want to get my burrito and my Coca-Cola. Now I'm back. I'm here and ready to partay. Let's go! Still not working.
Well worth experiencing yourself.
I noted that it was muted, the tab was muted, but I didn't unmute it.
What Remains of Edith Finch is best described as a vastly more complicated and interactive version of those pop-up books you may have played with as a child.
That's what you said,
the ones
Phil!
with the pull tabs that move things on each page. There's even one of these in Edith Finch itself that you find early on. Because of that, it's hard to recommend What Remains of Edith Finch to everyone, even though it is one of the most beautiful stories I've ever encountered in the interactive medium. It has a few sequences that are well worth experiencing yourself, but it's important to know that it is firmly a story. Your input is limited to walking around, interacting with things like those pull tabs in those books, and absorbing the narrative. The exceptions to that are found in specific sequences when you become a different character. At least one of these is incredible. So if you're interested in stories alone, then I recommend you stop watching so you don't spoil it for yourself. It's only about 2 hours long, so it's not a big time commitment if you really want to hear me speak about it.
2 hours!
It may also
Took me
help
3.
pique your interest, because What Remains of Edith Finch isn't the type of story you'd expect to have a villain, and yet to me, it has one of the most insidious yet sympathetic characters I've seen in recent memory.
Sympathetic?
There will be spoilers from this point onward.
I don't feel like there was...
But I had no idea what was...
I guess I would call Edith a villain
The
just
story
for
begins on a
locking
boat.
her
You
daughter
have no
in the
idea
room.
who you are or where you're going. Eventually, you'll look down and see a book in your lap that you can open. You may also notice the flowers and a cast on your right arm. The book is entitled Edith Finch. On the first page are 2 false starts that have been scribbled out, both of which state the same sort of thing. My family never seemed strange to me when I was growing up. On the next page, the first paragraph begins to glow, and we move to another scene with another character. This is the beginning of 2 trends that I'm seeing again and again, a creative use of subtitles, and that What Remains of Edith Finch is a bunch of stories within stories. Although Edith is the main character and narrator speaking to us through this book, everything we experience is nestled in a layer underneath that boat ride at the beginning, which is something you may forget after a while. The story is primarily about this withered family tree of dead children. There's a curse following the Finches, and it has claimed every member of the family except for Edith herself. Her mother is the most recent victim, and after the funeral, a mysterious key that Edith inherited has led her back to her unusual family home. She's 17 years old and alone in the world. The goal is to discover what happened to everyone else in the family. This is marked by those branches on the tree in her book. As you learn about each dead aunt, uncle, sibling, and grandparent, Edith fills in the tree with a short sketch above their birth and death years. There are 13 entries on this tree, but only 9 of them involve sinking another layer deep into the story within a story, when Edith discovers a book or a letter that explains what happened to them, which you act out in first person. It's important to realize that each of these sequences is a recreated experience of how they died, but also sits with a wild amount of variance on the unreliable narrator scale. Not everything is meant to be taken at face value. At the beginning, however, things are a bit jarring, for 2 reasons. The first is that Edith Finch is like me, she never shuts up. That's a rude way of putting it because that was my initial reaction.
I am just trying to do this thing from 7 years ago, marked urgent, open immediately.
I wanted to be able to figure things out and notice them myself without having Edith point them out and rob me of that enjoyment. What I failed to realize this early on is that her narration is crucial because everything we experience is translated through her perception of events. Just like the stories she finds and reads.
I don't want no hand-holding in my
when it comes time
story.
to process everything that happens in search of answers. Also, just because Edith does speak a lot doesn't mean there aren't things you have to notice yourself. There's a surprising amount of this if you're paying attention. The first time we're finding trigger points for more of that narration. Early on here are details about the deaths of both of your brothers. Milton went missing many years ago and was never found, and that Lewis died shortly before Edith and her mother left the house and never came back until now. But far more rewarding are details Edith doesn't comment on, or things you can notice earlier than some others might. For instance, I looked down in this opening scene and saw that Edith had a bit of a tummy. You can see your body but not your feet unless you're walking, because your stomach is in the way. About an hour later, you're told directly that Edith is 22 weeks pregnant, but you could have also pieced this together early on and linked it back to the opening scene on the boat. It's my opinion that much of the story and what remains of Edith Finch is left for you to discover through these details. The key difference between this and other stories that I've criticized for doing this sort of thing is that it's clear the writers do have an answer for almost everything and want you to figure it out, whereas other stories are vague to give the impression of a story when there isn't one. This is directly linked to the second thing that's jarring about the opening, the house, which is weird and wonderful in the distance, but also fucking bananas. Edith may say herself at the beginning that she didn't know any different as a child, so she didn't realize how strange it all is, but everyone else here will notice. The house looks like a monstrous tower growing out of the forest, and even worse, inside most of the rooms have been sealed closed and then drilled with holes so people can peep through like they're all front doors to other worlds. This is beyond unreasonable. However, it's explained in a way that makes perfect sense later, but only if you're paying attention.
I don't think it's
the Finches are a family that are equal parts disturbed.
I mean, I think it's explained well, but I don't think it's implied
to leave their mark on the world, or at
how
least this house.
Obvious.
The true tragedy of this family is that this is intertwined with the curse that's killing them, perhaps far more deeply than they realize. Edith's mother Dawn is arguably the most normal of any of the Finches, and yet even she was compelled to travel the world to help people, and even wrote and published at least one book on teaching. The others are builders, soldiers, artists, or those that lose themselves deeply in their own imagination, especially for the younger Finches that died before they could fully realize their creative potential. So even though this beginning is crazy, with the strange sealed doors with looking holes like the whole house slowly mutated into a mausoleum, it eventually makes a lot of sense.
Wait, they do all have like creativenesses, right? Milton's good at drawing. What was the guy that was underneath the mole man? The mole man was good at sculptures, like tiny model art things. Lewis would have been good at video game design. What was the... The brother... Which brother? I don't know about the... Oh, the photography. Photography brother? Photography brother. Sam. And the twin probably would have done... What would the twin have done? I don't know what the twin... Well, he died before he could realize his creative potential. Same with Gregory. Dawn... What was Dawn? Dawn did poems. But maybe that was just, like, a thing. But she became a teacher, which... Good. And then Edith is Edith. And Molly... What was Molly good at? Molly... Well, Barbara was an actress. Molly was into, like, bugs and stuff. Yeah, Molly also didn't really have a chance.
It's important to know that Edith has never been allowed into most of these rooms until now, which is demonstrated with one of the best lines in the story.
I grew up looking at Molly's room through the peephole. Being inside for the first time, I felt like I'd stepped behind a painting.
From here, you find a padlock in a book that accepts the inherited key, and begin following a path through the house that leads to each of these sealed rooms. We'll get to why they were sealed to begin with later, but for now let's go through each of the stories within Edith's story. Odin brought the Finch family to America but died during the trip. He attempted to sail the family house across the ocean and then sank with it. His daughter,
Very bold.
Edith Sr., who goes by the name Edie so you're not confused between your character and hers, survived along with her husband Sven and their daughter Molly. Edie is Edith's great-grandmother, so 3 big jumps on the tree here.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
They begin construction of the new family house. 2 important details are that the old house is visibly sunk in the water
his
outside,
voice just changed?
and that Edie decided that the cemetery should be built first, before the house. The family curse was already alive and kicking before this point, and Edie was certain it had followed them to America, hence Odin's death, and then every death after that. Edie and Sven had 5 children, 2 girls, then twin boys, and then another boy. Molly was their first child, and it's her story that we experience first as well. She was only 10 years old when she died, and the first-hand account of her death is both one of the longest in the story and one of the most ambiguous. You find her journal in her room and read the final entry, wherein Molly claims she knows she'll be dead soon. Molly was sent to bed without any dinner, presumably because she was misbehaving. You control Molly as you search her room for anything to eat.
I didn't try opening the door.
But ends up gnawing through a stale carrot from her gerbil cage, downing an entire tube of toothpaste, and eating some berries resting on her bathroom windowsill. You can search for Halloween candy, but the pumpkin is empty. You can also try to open the door and discover that she's been locked inside,
Yeah.
and hear Edie tell her to go to sleep.
Sweetheart, it's late. Go to sleep.
The story
Yeah,
changes
that's one
when a
that I
bird
didn't...
appears outside. The window
I didn't
is
get to
chained, but can
touch
be
that.
opened enough
And I
that the
remember
little
seeing
girl
the
can slip through.
goldfish and then
This
getting
is the
distracted.
first of a handful of moments where I think the story intentionally subverts expectations. I thought the girl was going to end up falling through the window as she's reaching for the bird, and that's how she died. It wouldn't make sense because then how did she write the journal entry you're reading? But that's where my mind immediately went. Instead, Molly suddenly transforms into a cat and leaps through the window. You then chase the bird through the trees as a cat, eat the bird, and then go through another transformation into an owl. You eat 2 rabbits in a surprisingly unsettling perspective, swallowing them whole like this, and then transform again. This spectacle goes on for quite a while.
I didn't even notice the
Molly
beak.
Continuing to state how hungry she is. She turns into a shark next, eats a seal, and is still hungry. She then turns into a monster and attacks sailors on a nearby boat. You control all of this in a slithering game of leapfrog along the way to each person. Then the final change takes place when Molly, as monster, smells something far more delicious than anything else far away from the boat.
Oh,
She
this
swims to a
game!
pipe on the coast, climbs up through a
Silver!
toilet and into a bathroom in a house, and immediately you might guess where this is going. You snake your way through Molly's bedroom and take your hiding spot, the standard monster under the bed. Then Molly wakes up in the same bed and begins writing the journal entry that you've been reading, confident that she's about to be eaten by the monster lurking underneath her. This is all the information that you're given, and Molly is presumably found dead the next morning, or dies shortly afterward, or goes missing and is never found at all, just like your brother Milton.
It needs to be, and we both know I will be delicious.
That's a good
So
line.
what's really going on here? First of all, this is some pretty great storytelling. The transition from the girl's hunger to what is clearly a dream to what then loops back to the same bedroom with an oh shit moment is wonderful. The only thing I can criticize is that the shark falling down this hill looks a bit crap. What really happened is left up to you to decipher, just like Edith herself.
What do you mean? You don't want to be a little
If you space out on the diary
ragdoll
entry date
shark?
like I did at the beginning, there are many clues that nudge you into realizing how Molly died. The empty Halloween bucket is the first one. Then there's the small Christmas tree at the window, and more obviously, the calendar showing it's December. There's also the sea monster drawing on the
and
blackboard
if you
and
look
the
out the
squid-shaped pillow,
window.
among other things in the room. The berries she ate in the bathroom were mistletoe, which is highly poisonous. In reality, that's not exactly true, but it's well known enough that for the
Yeah, that
sake
was
of the
funny.
story, we should accept it in my opinion. Molly ate those berries on top of a tube of toothpaste and a decaying carrot, and then went back to sleep. She then became sick, which fueled her dreams into what you played through. There was no monster. She died from being poisoned or whatever sickness she developed afterward. Back in her story, Edith draws a sketch of Molly into her book and then goes out the window to follow a similar path that the cat did in her dream.
Mhm.
In Edie's
If you
dream,
look through the
find a
window
ton
as a
of
cat, you
important
can see the
details
Christmas
about her
tree and the
character,
presents
but
up.
no death scene. There are images that tell you how Odin died on the way to America instead. You also find out about her husband Sven, who died building a dragon-themed slide on the side of the house. Edie likes to tell this story as an actual dragon killed him. Neither of these characters get their own death story to go through. Up next are Calvin and Sam, Edie's twin boys, who share
Because
a room
they're
for many
not
years.
blood.
Another one of those details you can notice yourself is in here with the marked heights on the door that stop at a young age for only one boy. Calvin's death has a similar fantastical layer to it as Molly's death, since it's told through a note Sam wrote about him. You play this sequence out as a boy on a swing that's trying to go high enough that they loop right around the branch at the top.
These
which
are
is
one of
something
my
I think most
favorite-
kids who went on a swing a lot thought about.
Favorite things in games that games can do, where you have to progress, but you know what the progression is gonna do. Like this, as you're swinging, you're like, okay, the only thing I have to do to progress the story is to keep going and keep swinging and keep going until I die.
When they were young.
But I think
In this
that's really
sequence,
good.
Calvin succeeds in his attempt and, as Sam puts it, was finally able to fly. In reality, he went right off the swing over the cliff and fell to his death, at the age of 11 compared to Molly's 10.
The day he made up his mind to fly.
He really made air. I mean, I guess he technically probably didn't make that much air. He probably fell on the cliff and
Barbara's
kind of
in
like
is next, but
toppled
not
down.
before you open an unexpected shortcut back to the main part of the house from inside a wine cupboard, which means I can make my obligatory Dark Souls reference even for something like What Remains of Edith Finch.
Dark Souls!
Barbara was the most famous Finch. She was a child star in what looks like some campy horror show with Bigfoot. Her stardom
Unsafe
didn't last long,
ingredients.
though.
Ah.
Her story is told with more layers to obscure the truth than any of the others, because it's a Tales from the
I think
Crypt
eating
Keeper style
toothpaste
comic
in
book about
general
her
is
death.
not
Edith
great for
even
your
comments
tummy
that it's strange that Edie kept it and even put it on display in Barbara's room. The story in the comic is that Barbara, now 16
This was a
years old,
good-
is living
good
a boring
story
life as
way.
a forgotten, washed-up child star. She suddenly has a new opportunity when she's given a chance to repeat one of her performances at a local horror convention. She winds up missing her chance when her father, Sven, hurts his hand and has to be taken to hospital by Edie. Barbara is left looking after her younger brother Walter, while her boyfriend continues to coach her with acting lessons. As the night progresses, it becomes more like a parody of old horror movies. The boyfriend goes missing and you have to take control of one of the comic panels to go looking for him. It turns out he was trying to scare you to help you get into character for your big scream at the horror convention.
Oh dear.
The radio is
Oh,
also
dear.
blaring out a warning that a band of criminals are terrorizing the area. A hookman ends up invading the house and Barbara fights him off. Younger brother Walter goes missing, and Barbara is killed by a pack of monsters that left the convention to find her, but not before they get to hear her trademark scream one last time. Barbara's boyfriend is missing and never seen again. Walter was apparently hiding under the bed and witnessed enough of it to be scarred for life. All they find of Barbara, in the comic at least, is a severed ear in a music
He
box
probably
in the downstairs
heard them
hallway,
all
something her father
after
made
too.
especially for her.
Eerie tale.
You know, like
An
he was
important
still
detail
hiding
in
there
the
and you could
comic is
hear
that
the
it
rest of
reveals
them
how to
in
get
the
into
house
the
talking
basement.
afterwards.
If you keep turning the handle on the music box, a key pops out which lets you unlock the door, which is how you continue to progress to the other parts of the house after this point. Until you read this comic, you don't know how to do this and the basement is locked off.
Just like Outer Wilds
Barbara's
would
death is more likely
do!
caused by the boyfriend. Each of these stories has a bit of truth to them, as you can see from the broken part of the railing where the struggle took place. And my guess is that the fight they have in the basement got out of hand and he killed her. Which is why the boyfriend was never seen again since he fled, probably out of panic. Walter's stories after this and his death is directly linked to what happened here, what he saw when Barbara was killed. The dates of each death show that Calvin died shortly after Barbara, so in rough terms, by the time you get to the beginning of Walter's story, Edie only had 2 children left. Molly, Barbara, and Calvin are dead. Only Walter and Sam are still alive.
Dang.
Walter's story is on the shorter side. You discover it when you go through the basement and find a hidden door in a refrigerator at the bottom. This leads to a
And
secret
technically
underground bunker
Walter
where Walter lived for 30 years.
was not
Barbara's death was so traumatizing for Walter that he was unable to cope with the real
communicating,
world.
you know, like he was
describes this as
hiding.
a monster waiting to get him, the Finch family curse. This is a visible rumbling for him as he settles into a daily routine in his restrained life. You experience this routine by opening the same can every day in the same position. He has one of the best lines in the story here when he describes his life as so comfortable and cushioned that even the monster at the door has become routine, almost friendly. Then, after 30 years of this, he has finally recovered enough to venture outside. He goes down to the area he was using to store extra supplies and
Isn't it
garbage, and
ironic?
that creative use of subtitles is
Don't
back
you
as he
think?
hammers his way through a wall to the outside.
But I need to stop living the same
It's
day.
like rain on your wedding day.
I don't usually comment on this sort of thing much, but I'd feel like this video would be incomplete if I didn't point out how much the music adds to this scene. The way
Mr.
it represents
Plate
Walter's
say
newfound hope as he steps toward
was,
the light of the outside world
was
for the first time in 3
traumatized.
decades. I went through the
He
story
crawled
twice and this got
down
me
under
both times.
his house and lived his life and ate people
I'd be happy.
and hid away.
I can already imagine the sun on my face.
He waited his whole dang life
It's especially profound
to
given
leave
that Walter's
that
words were already
house.
written on the note Edith is
And as
reading
the
before
train
he got
came
out and walked along this
at
tunnel,
him,
which is why
he
the
thought,
train that
well,
immediately
isn't
appears
this
and
nice?
kills him is so
And
twisted
isn't it
ironic.
ironic?
In the bunker, you can find a train set that Walter had been working on painting. I don't know the full intention behind that detail, or if the rumbling he felt was meant to be the train passing by each day. It doesn't quite make sense if that's the case, because it was the fact that it stopped happening that led him to leave
That
the
was funny.
bunker. Whereas his death proves that the trains were still running, maybe a little later than usual if the rumbling was caused by them. It's also worth pointing out that the death
Wait, I'm
he
gonna
was
see
so
if that
afraid
worked.
was waiting for him outside the door.
I don't
to
know if
snatch him
that
he
actually
left,
will work
got
or
him
not.
within the first minute that he was free. Following this story is Edith following in Walter's footsteps. The train tracks are strangely destroyed now, and it's important to know that Walter was living below the house for so long that Edith was alive and living there when this death occurred.
Walter died when I was 6. I
Dang.
can't believe my mom never told me he was down here.
Walter was the last of Edie's children to die, and even made it to past the disappearance of Edith's brother Milton. Just like Walter's scene in the tunnel, I found this next sequence to be extraordinarily beautiful. Edith wanders along the shore, staring at the water, and is digesting all of the stories she's read so far. Some of the most important lines in the whole story are said here, but we're going to skip ahead to the cemetery and the next round of deaths. We'll come back to this later. Every dead Finch is enshrined here overlooking the water, a link back to the sunken house that Odin's statue is pointing toward, because every room in the house being a dedication wasn't quite enough for Great-Grandma Edie. This place shows a staggering amount of investment in memorializing the dead. There's also a sick detail here that I didn't notice until my second time through, a crown on the tombstone for Lewis's grave. The next death scene is with Sam, the only child of Edie's that we haven't seen yet. Sam is Edith's grandfather.
Oh,
He married a
because
woman
he
named
was
Kay
the
and had 3
king!
children, Dawn, Gus, and Gregory.
Oh my god.
So our journey can be seen as moving through 3 phases. You fill in the generation below Edie's first, then Sam's children, and then Dawn's children, of which one is you, Edith Finch.
Me.
Sam's death is the most pure form of dramatic irony in the entire story, because you know that there's going to be a death, as there always has been so far, and yet everything is steady and peaceful. Sam has taken Dawn on a hunting trip, just the 2 of them.
This one was
the
really
date of his
fun.
death is a year after Gus died, which means that both of his sons are gone, and Dawn is his only remaining child. He is surprisingly content despite losing 2 children, and is calm when he interacts with Dawn. You play the role of the camera that they take turns holding to create pictures of the trip.
It was! I mean, until the end.
Things start to take a darker turn when Sam insists on shooting a deer that Dawn spotted with the camera. You get a photograph of the precise moment that Dawn shoots the animal, and the next scene is her crying over it in the dramatic display that Sam has set up to commemorate the moment. You control him as he starts the camera timer
Yeah,
and run
that
up in time
was-
for the picture to be taken, which exactly matches the point.
It reminds
the
me of
deer
that
reveals
meme
itself to
that
not be
goes
dead after
around.
all,
Oh!
and knocks Sam to his death.
That keeps startling
Edith
me.
comments after this that her mother never told her this story, and that she wishes that she had. Gregory and Gus are next, and they're both fairly short sequences. If you know how these go already and have watched my videos for a while, then you can probably guess how I feel about one of them. I have 2 boys, one is less than 2 years old, the other isn't even 5 months yet. I
That's
think I
rough.
bring this up a little too often in videos, but I'd be a liar if I said it wasn't relevant here, because Gregory's scene is the death of a 1-year-old baby. For me, this was the most horrifying part of the whole story, and not just because it's depicting the death of a small child, it's that it was done with such a happy song and dance. Like someone had broken into your home at night, tied you to a chair, and decided to put on a full clown outfit and do a funny dance to Disney music while holding the knife behind his back, and if you don't look happy enough that this is happening, he's just going to kill you sooner. You know what's going to happen here, and
Why
yet
a
it's bright
clown,
and
though?
colorful, and the music is glorious. The whole thing is majestic, like it's a celebration that this baby is going to drown. The story justifies this because it's written from the perspective of Sam, who has combined both a eulogy for his son and a plea to his wife that this wasn't her fault. It focuses on how this baby was always so happy and must have seen the world as a very different, very joyous place compared to most, which becomes the twisted scene that you see now. I don't know what the intention was here, and I feel like my reaction is the odd one out. I think this is meant to show that there can be beauty in the world, and that even though this baby drowned in the bath, that he was happy right up until that moment. But for me, this takes a nosedive right into pure horror when you start to think about the baby's drowning consciousness fading. His arms change color, and the bath toys are now enormous in this underwater paradise, like they're greeting him in death and encouraging him to join them. This is him dying right now, his stream of consciousness as he drowns. And his swimming animation here may actually be him struggling out of instinct to get his head back above the water.
Upbeat classical music fades in. They had to add that music because otherwise it would have been too terrifying.
Above Sam.
They
Gus
had to
dies
do
5
it that
years
way.
Later at a wedding that takes place on the beach outside
It
the
gets
house.
too
Dawn
it gets
wrote a poem
too
about it, and you control the kite that Gus was
horror
flying that day to
if
swoop
you
around to highlight all the
don't.
words. This becomes more nonsensical as time goes on, with chairs and other objects being swept up in the wake of the kite to represent the building storm on the ocean. The death blow in this sequence comes when the tent itself is tangled up and swept along with that storm, but it's
And it looks like a
unclear if that's what really
jellyfish.
happened or if the storm killed Gus in another way and his body was found later on. My guess while doing this was the cliche that he was going to be struck by lightning while his kite was still in the air. After this, you climb a wall to the new part of the house, the misshapen tower that you saw earlier that seems tacked on to the top because that's exactly what happened. Dawn married a man named Sanjay, and after he died, she moved back to the house with her 3 children. Edie, who is clearly fabulously wealthy, expanded the house so they could have their own area on top of it. Each child got their own room, a central living and eating area, and even a schoolroom for Dawn to teach them at home, which is where you can find the books that she wrote.
Lewis
There are
rules.
only 2, arguably 3 sequences left to go through now. One is Milton's disappearance, which Edith proclaims is the beginning of when things got bad. Life at the house was happy and normal for a while, but then Edie built Milton a castle for a new bedroom. Shortly after that, he went missing. This one is told through a flip book you find in Milton's room because, like Edie, he was a gifted artist. This flipbook shows one of his paintings coming to life and granting him a magical paintbrush to create a doorway to another world. I hate to do this, but there's already a bunch of details that I've skipped over because they'll be more relevant at the end, so we're just going to acknowledge that this is all you discover about Milton here and move on. Oh, and that you can actually stop and flip the pages here one by one, which I thought was a neat detail. This isn't just an animation baked in that does the whole thing for you. You can pause it.
Dang.
So that leaves us with Lewis. I'm going to do something now that I haven't done in a video since I think the witness or
Soma!
I'm going to repeat my spoiler warning. In my opinion, Lewis's scene is worth the asking price for what remains of Edith Finch all on its own. That's not to say that there aren't other worthwhile moments in
It's
this
really
story.
fun to see what hits people the
But this sequence
most.
with Lewis's death is simply incredible.
What was your favorite or most impactful, I guess? The one that you, I want to say enjoyed because it is kind of like you're enjoying the form of media that it is. But which one was your favorite one? His was clearly Lewis's. I really like Lewis's, but I don't think it was my favorite one. I think Sam with the pictures, Sam's one was really good. I think Sam's too, actually. Sam's or the twin. Even though that one was one of the most simplest ones, it had the most... It was like at the end of Lewis's one, where you have no choice but to progress the story, but knowing what would happen. It was like that, but shorter and more visual, I think. Really get a shock to the point of audible exclamation in games. But I woke up my dog in my reaction. Yeah, mine. Yeah, I think I'll go with. I don't even remember his name. Calvin? Was that his name? Swing boy. I did like Lewis's, but I liked. I liked his better from a story perspective. I thought they told it easy and simply, and it hit. Lewis's was more complicated, but it covered a lot more feelings, like the monotony. I think he's probably going to start talking about it now, and I like the ending part about it a lot, but yeah. And Sam's was the most fun game-wise to me. Like, to play through it was really fun.
I'll do my best to emulate it here for the sake of discussing it, but if anything that I've shown you so far has looked like a good time to you, then please stop the video and do this part yourself. It's real close to the end too, so you can see that and form your own thoughts before hearing mine. I'm going to risk saying that nearly everyone is going to be able to relate to the scene with Lewis, and if you don't, then you should count yourself very lucky. Because it means you've never been forced or stuck doing a monotonous task that leads you to an inevitable bout of daydreaming. A wanderlust to be doing anything other than what you are
Their
now.
inevitable tragic demise.
No! Eats up a ton of time. As you can see, Lewis takes this one step further than most.
I think
this
it's
scene is wonderfully narrated
one
by
of the most
psychiatrist in
impactful
the letter
ways
to
you can
Lewis's
create a
mother, Dawn.
game and tell a story,
The performance of this letter,
Hi,
both
Gordy!
formal and subtly emotional at the same time, is the perfect match for the otherwise bizarre visuals you'll be interacting with.
Also, I think
it's as though
this part, I think they told it in a good POV, like her being able to talk about, like she's telling the story from a professional POV, but I also don't believe she was acting very professional in a lot of the cases, and also how she writes it. So it took it out for me a little bit, just because I was like, ma'am. He's giving you pretty big warning signs for you to do something. a little bit more intense, but you did not take them. And now, in hindsight, it's really, 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 really obvious.
Even
And
she was
obviously that
traumatized by what
happens.
happened.
Yeah. She was traumatized as well. But it's like, I think maybe that just it's realistic because it happens, but also
Then is struggling to accept that she almost
My
understands
judgmental.
why he did what he did. Your right hand on the mouse controls the hand putting the fish under the guillotine. Your left hand is on the keyboard moving an imaginary character through a fantasy world. You have to do both at the same time, your boring job and your daydream. If you're like me, you'll have another great moment of subverted expectations here. This is, of course, going to end in death, and what could be more obvious than the daydream taking over, and Lewis losing concentration, putting his whole arm under the guillotine along with the fish. This is not what happens. The fantasy world of Lewis's imagination slowly grows in complexity as this goes on, first to a far more advanced perspective of the world, then to other characters, then music, a city instead of a flat maze in a cave. It gets more difficult to navigate along with these changes, but it also becomes more visually appealing. With all of these changes, more of your attention is getting drawn away from the fish that you continually need to chop, something that doesn't have a regular rhythm to it, so even that can't be something you demote to muscle memory. Your attention is being pulled like a tug of war between the two, and while I was doing this, there was the added tension of avoiding getting my arm stuck under the blade, which I'll further confess I thought I could break the set piece as long as I paid enough attention to not put the fish too forcefully under the guillotine. Even with that in mind, I lost myself more than once to the daydream. Eventually, you have to start making decisions, which coincides with some of the more powerful rises in the music that's
Wow,
playing.
they didn't get
These
to.
decisions
Can't
don't
believe
really
they didn't
matter,
show
and yet
which
they're enough to make you
prince or
feel
princess.
how Lewis is being pulled away from reality. Look at the pacing here. You're a boat sailing ever forward. You're not going to stop in the middle of this river and debate it. You have to make a decision, left or right. Think about it quick and decide. Follow the water, follow the images, follow your imagination. Not the same fish being chopped over and over and over.
Okay, that's
And
cool.
I mean, look at the scale of
He took the same ways that I did. It's almost like we're involuntarily taking the way further away from the fish. You know, I picked this side every time. Not because I was thinking about that, but now that I see him do it, I wonder if that's one of the reasons why.
of this. Look at how this continues to snowball further and further out of control and into insanity. There's so much in this consuming daydream that it rivals everything else we've seen so far combined. The palace, the people, the spectacle. Eventually you can't even see the conveyor belt or anything of your workstation anymore. Just the fish plopping down, ruining your hypnotized view. And then, suddenly, you're brought back to reality. You're no longer in the fantasy world. You're no longer chopping the fish. You're walking through the cannery. Lewis is working alone, so lost and mesmerized that he isn't even picking up the fish. It's the same motion over and over as he's in a trance. You walk up the conveyor belt and join with his vision, and immediately see how that compares to the drudgery you just walked through. And the celebration here becomes something similar to Gregory's drowning in the bath. Lewis is now consumed by the idea that his imagination is just as real as his physical body, and that the world he made for himself is superior to the one he was originally born into. The parade here is encouraging that. These are the cheerleaders of his suicide. All that's left is for him to be ordained king of his own land, which requires him to bow his
I
head
picked
and
a
receive his crown.
princess! At least we get to see what the princess looked like.
And the rest I think you know.
That was when
Finch, your
Thea
son was a
rated
kind
it.
man who will be missed by all of us who knew him.
All that's left for us, though, is to climb to the final room of the house, Edith's old bedroom. The layer of the story that we're in is about to loop into itself as she pulls out the book from the beginning on the boat and starts to write the words that we've been reading this whole time, as her son. When I first saw this ending, I thought it was too abrupt. My second time through, I realized that the ending doesn't start when they leave the house. It starts when Edith lays down on the bed and picks up the pen.
Yeah.
Viewed that way, this ending is satisfying. It has most of the answers for what's happened to this family, even though you could have also worked it out before now. You go through a night after Lewis's funeral when Dawn decides they all need to leave the house. This is an escalation between the deaths of both of her sons. When Milton went missing, Dawn sealed up all the rooms in the house. This is speculated by Edith as a way to keep whatever Milton found from escaping linked to the curse that's killing them. Edie fought against this by drilling the peepholes to the rooms and, I'd think, putting those decorative plates underneath them to mark their lives. These were her shrines after all, and Dawn had just locked them away from her.
Yeah.
With Lewis's death, Dawn has decided that this isn't enough anymore. They all need to leave, Edie included, which leads to a fight on this last night. Edie baits Edith away from the dinner table with the promise of a present in the library, which you go to find as you control a younger Edith. You hear the two of them arguing in the dining room as you walk, find a book, and sink the most layers deep that this story gets. By my count, we're the boy on the boat, then reading the book, then Edith writing the book, then reading Edie's book within that book through.
Inception.
In this book, Edie is telling the story of when there was a supernaturally strong earthquake that allowed her to walk the seabed to visit the old house that Odin died in. This progresses just like most of the other sequences we've gone through, and it seems to be building to this grand reveal of exploring the old house. You can see it shift in reality here from the old wreck to a pristine version when Edie unlocks the gate. But the satisfaction of exploring it is quite literally ripped away from us when Dawn interrupts Edith reading the book. They struggle over it and it tears apart. A great detail here is that the words stop abruptly on the page, because this is Edith's recounting of a memory. She was prevented from reading further, so in her mind she doesn't know what the rest of the words were, so it just stops right here suddenly on the page. Edie
So can we not go back
Dawn
and
Edith
go
still
into
go.
the library
Edie dies that night
afterwards?
alone in the house, well, alone as she can be with all of her.
Because it's like an Outer Wild situation. Before we didn't know how to get in, but now we know how to get in. Can we get in?
Dead children seemingly haunting it. Dawn is the next to die of an unspecified illness sometime after they leave, and then we go through a birth scene and maybe a death scene too, as Edith's child is brought into the world. It's not explicitly said, but it's heavily implied that Edith dies in childbirth. The date of her death on her tombstone supports that at the very least. And that's the ending, which means we're finally done with the commentary walkthrough and can start discussing what just happened.
Yeah, but I'm eating my burrito, so it's like
The villain of this story is
doing what
Edith
I would do
Finch,
anyways.
Senior, great-grandmother Edie. The most important lines of the whole story are spoken near the end when you're walking through the library. Dawn and Edie say this.
Edith has a right to know these stories. My children are dead because of your stories.
Which is an echo of Edith's words earlier as she walked along the water.
But now I'm worried the stories themselves might be the problem. Maybe we believed so much in a family curse.
He's doing the thing I did too, where I wasn't walking on the...
Edie is obsessed with the family curse. This presents itself with a chicken or the egg sort of problem. See, it's clear that the Finches already believed they were cursed before coming to America, but it's not clear if Edie was truly invested in it before that point. While that detail about her wanting the cemetery to be constructed before the house might support that she was already fully committed to the curse narrative, that might have been out of respect to her father.
Yeah,
and
that's
the
what I
giant
thought.
statue they built of him to immortalize the moment that the old house sank. Any and every family will experience tragedy, cruel, relentless tragedy that can feel targeted when the losses come quick and packed together just out of chance. It's easy to imagine a group that went through such an unlucky time that they had to create a reason for it, create a boogeyman to point to and proclaim, that's the reason. These losses have a purpose. It may be evil and malicious, but it's something. The deaths are happening for a reason, they're not pointless.
Yeah.
And as Walter says, a family living with this for so long may get used to that curse. It may even start to feel almost friendly as it waits outside the door.
Even a monster on the other side of the door starts to feel normal.
This is exactly what has happened to Edie, but where I'm uncertain is whether or not she was like this before the first death of one of her children, before Molly died. We're going to go through the deaths again now, armed with a different perspective. That not only is there no curse, but that Edie's obsession may have contributed in some way and caused at least a few of these deaths. Or at least warped the family's reaction to them. And we'll start here because Molly's death is Edie's fault.
Yeah.
Edie sent her daughter to bed starving. This by itself is questionable, but fine, but Molly obviously isn't the one who decorated the bathroom with poisonous mistletoe. More damning than this is that the bedroom door was locked from the outside. This alone is alarming enough, but her plea to come out and finally eat something is dismissed by Edie, who tells her to go to bed. The death is still an accident, it's caused by neglect, it isn't murder, but this is how Edie loses her first child. Not from a curse, not from a monster, but from a shitty decision on how she punished her daughter. A trend that unfortunately continues. Imagine being Edie for a moment. Imagine the guilt and
I would
shame.
get so
now
paranoid.
Imagine how much better it would be to have a curse to blame this on.
Yeah.
And at first this may seem far-fetched, and I'm not saying that Edie wasn't devastated by this death, but there's a mountain of evidence in the house that shows her to be a person who reveled in all of the attention and mythology that her family name began to earn.
I'm not sure if I believed all of that, but I'm sure Edie would have.
She had
Her
like so
husband
many
died building a
newspapers.
slide outside of the house, which, as we recall from the beginning, was shaped like a
And
dragon.
talking about the mole
Instead
man
of this being
who
a
lived
simple
under the
accident,
house.
Edie tells this story that Sven was killed by a dragon. Not only does she say this, but she has a shrine in her room dedicated to this accident, along with a newspaper announcing the story framed like it's a collector's item. Worse than all of this is the picture of Sven actually falling to his death that's sitting right next to it. These things are left out on display as something that she wanted to see and remind herself of every day, just like every other death in the family. Let's skip out of sequence because I want to prove this without any shadow of a doubt before I pass judgment on her for some more of these deaths. The comic in Barbara's room is even more damning than the photograph of Sven falling. This comic was made in response to Barbara's murder. It's a pulpy, sort of trashy tabloid account of the death of a young girl who didn't even make it to 20.
Yeah.
That's already a little inappropriate, but it's even worse that Edie not only wanted to read it, but kept it on display in her dead daughter's room. Imagine the twisted need for this curse to be validated so badly that you accept such a thing and even begin to treasure it. But this is only the first initial layer of Edie's depravity with this comic book, because there are details within it that only someone in the family would know, that only Edie herself would know. This story is a dramatized, unreliable version of events, and yet the layout of the house is correct. Now, before you roll your eyes and say, okay, artistic license, it would be confusing to have a whole other house and to make it just for this death scene. Look, I agree, but there's a specific detail here that can't be explained away like that. Whoever wrote this book knew about the secret key in the music box, which is a real, true thing that not even Edith knew. You use this learned knowledge from the comic to progress to the next area. Which means someone in the family had to collaborate with whoever made this comic, or at least give an interview with these details, and the only candidate for that is Edie herself. Once this clicks, a lot of the story becomes really sickeningly clear. You start to see the contents of Edie's bedroom in a new light, especially your second time through. Look at her flourishing in the attention of another newspaper article about how she refused to leave her home because of a forest fire.
Yeah.
Look at another article framed here about a mole man living underneath the
mole man!
Something that Edie took part in and gave an interview about.
Edie gave a big interview about a mole man living under the Finch house.
That's her son!
My mom was furious.
I'm not shocked that Dawn was furious because the date on this article is 1991. The article is clearly about Walter, who, at the time of publication, was the only child that Edie had left. Imagine the kind of person who gives an interview encouraging that kind of speculation about their son who lives in such daily, paralyzing fear that he had to lock himself away in a protected bunker underneath the house. And almost 20 years into that isolation, his mother is making fun of him in the papers in order to further the image of the cursed family name.
Man.
And let's just keep going here. How was letting Walter live under the house a rational solution to what he was going through? The way that Edie responded to Barbara's death, and likely embellishing the cursed monster angle of the murder that Walter witnessed as a child, might have led him to want to be away from her as well as the fear of the curse. It's very telling that when he feels like he's finally overcome his fear, that he takes a sledgehammer and knocks his own path through a wall instead of just opening the door and going upstairs to his family.
That's what
That was
I
the better,
wanted
more
too.
attractive choice of the two.
Wondered.
Instead of encouraging Walter to get help and work through his problems, Edie facilitated him becoming a hermit and living as a family mole man mascot below the house.
That's messed up.
At this point, you might be thinking, okay, well, this seems sort of obvious now. Edie used the curse as a way of dealing with the family tragedy. That's what I meant at the start when I called her sympathetic. I really do understand this about her. She and the rest of the family have suffered a tremendous amount over these generations. But there's another angle here that makes this so nefarious, because the curse wasn't just a way to accept the death of so many children, it was used as a scapegoat to justify some insanely reckless behavior. And this has trickled down from Edie and Sven to corrupt every generation since then. As Edith herself says,
I don't know if I should even be writing this. Maybe it'd be better if all this just died with me.
The nature of these stories tries to hide this from you. Imagine Edie encouraging Sam to write this beautiful letter about his dead brother. Or imagine Molly so familiar with how inevitable her death is at the hands of the curse, that she writes a journal entry about it while she thinks a hungry monster is about to eat her from under the bed.
Jeez Louise.
Look at the sublime emotion and adoration that Sam pours into this letter about Calvin being so adventurous and fearless that he was determined to swing around the top of the branch. That he was so certain that he could fly, that he needed to fly, that he went for it. Now look at this scene again and realize that Edie and Sven built a swing on a tree on the top of a goddamn fucking cliff where even at a normal swing arc, the kids would be close to dangling to death
If you look through the peephole and you look at the swing, this part's chipped. It snapped. It didn't snap off the tree, it snapped off the chain.
the slightest thing went wrong. Or the pathetic-looking broken fence that might be more inclined to impale them if they fell rather than stop them
Oh, where
from
is
going
it?
over
I thought
the
I saw
edge.
it.
Also notice that he already has a broken
it is
leg
still
here.
there.
You have to understand that we only get to see the death scenes. We don't get to see the other careless behavior that only resulted in injuries, not death. Look at Edith herself, who, 22 weeks into her pregnancy, is climbing and jumping over this house. Look at what she's doing here when she even admits it to us. Imagine how this branch could have snapped underneath her weight. She could have broken her neck and died right then, or broken her legs and died slowly on her own with no one to help her in this house in the middle of nowhere. Or she could have lost the baby. Really imagine how fitting this death would have been in context of the others. You can even imagine finding the unfinished book about why she came back to the house, just like Molly's journal entry, and a tree with a broken branch on top of her tombstone.
Woof.
Sam's death is the same. Why risk taking such a photograph and not confirm that the deer was dead? His daughter was weeping over it for a long time and he didn't even check. It could have hurt her instead of him. Why not drag the animal to a safer place instead of tempting fate with this dramatic pose? Because the Finches don't do safe and reasonable. They're creative, brilliant, determined people who have that ambition shackled with the curse as a reason to be reckless. Beaten into them by their matriarch's obsession with legendarily
She
bad
had it
luck.
prepped.
Mom said the basement was off limits, unless I wanted another tetanus shot.
Sam dies from falling off a cliff here, just like his twin brother Calvin. Then we come back to Gregory.
Oh,
and
I didn't
Gus.
think about that.
Each of these deaths is the fault of each of their parents. No matter what Sam's letter might say, and no matter how much he may try to find some meaning in the death of his 1-year-old son, this is purely the fault of the mother. You don't leave a baby alone in a bath. In the scene, Gregory manages to get the water back on and drowns when the tub floods, but even the small amount of water at the beginning is enough for a baby to die in.
Yeah.
This is disgustingly irresponsible, but it's the curse, right? It's
And
not
that's
that the
usually
Finch
why
children weren't being looked after.
when babies are within a certain age, you put them in a basin in the bathtub. So it's like you wash them in the bathtub, but you're washing them in an even smaller basin.
Well enough, it's a supernatural force that's twisting their fates and killing them while they're young. Gus is almost the exact same thing. The mother Kay neglected the baby in the bath, the father Sam neglected the boy at the wedding, and forgot about him flying his kite out of spite in the storm.
Ugh.
He wasn't happy about his new stepmother, so he refused to take part in the ceremony. Sam
Yes,
was
you're
so
right.
pissed that he just let the kids
But I don't
sulk in
think
the
normally
storm,
babies are
and that
trying
killed him.
to
He drowned
die.
after being swept into the ocean, just like Gregory in the bath. Which brings us to Dawn and her children, and where things get a lot more complicated. Dawn didn't tell any of these stories to Edith, as we know from her comments. This is what I meant earlier when I said Dawn is the most normal out of all of them, likely because she realized the kind of damage that magical thinking about death can cause.
She was a teacher.
But you can see that a little sliver of Edie's ideology had gotten to her, because when they adopted a stray cat, she named it Molly, which is something Edith only fully understands the significance of.
Molly!
The bath. Earlier, because she a little sliver of Edie's
I didn't
ideology
see.
had gotten to her, because when they adopted a stray cat, she named it Molly.
Molly!
Which is something Edith only fully understands the significance of after reading the first journal in the house. There's also more evidence of Edie's obsession when Dawn returns to the house with her kids. Any other great-grandmother would have realized that it's time to let things go, clear out the rooms, and have the next generation move in while the house moves on. Instead, she makes the house bigger. It grows like a tumor, like an abomination in the forest, just so Edie's meticulously crafted shrines, each with their death.
And not to mention how dangerous that is. Do you
portraits
see
she
that?
paints
Like, jeez Louise. Imagine, like, being that young and walking over this, like, shaky bridge that was made.
Can remain preserved. As Edith says, things take a turn for the worse when Edie gifts Milton with a castle, a very grandiose gesture, shortly after which he goes missing. Milton's death is the only one I can't reconcile with my thoughts on the story. It's important that he's missing, not dead, for reasons that we'll go into shortly, but because of this mystery, I ended up Googling this and found an answer by the developers. Giant Sparrow also made the unfinished Swan, and Milton's disappearance into a painting is meant to be a connection between that and what remains of Edith Finch. I don't know how I feel about that because it implies there is some sort of supernatural element after all, but it could also just be a cute Easter egg and a way to link projects, especially given there's no information suggesting this in the story whatsoever, otherwise it doesn't fit with a lot of what else is said in this story. The reason that it's vital that Milton is missing and never found is that Dawn is stuck because of it. She seals the rooms in the house in reaction to losing her boy, when it would make far more sense to take her surviving children and just leave.
But
when she seals the rooms, it isn't to keep something trapped inside. It's to keep her children from getting in and exposing themselves to the stories. Edie clearly disagrees, which is why they start a minor war over it, and she drills the peepholes. Dawn can't leave because she's convinced Milton is missing and will eventually come back, as shown by her refusal to put a death date on his tombstone in the cemetery. Also, these ornaments that Edie decorated them with must have been a thrilling return to form for her, a refreshing return to thriving under the curse that made her family infamous. It's probably this drought of attention between deaths that led her to doing the article on Walter and the comic book on
drought
Barbara.
of deaths.
Just imagine how quick and eager Edie had to have been to get this crown on Lewis's grave when she herself was dead so soon after his funeral.
Woof.
Lewis's death shows the lasting damage that Edie's stories can have, and it's for that reason that I consider his sequence to be the most important.
Oh, I didn't
Sealing
see
the rooms
that!
prevented Edith from getting inside of them, but Lewis was 15 when Milton went missing and had all those years of Edie taking him from room to room. And just imagine how much those stories were embellished over the years, and how mundane the versions we experience must be since Edie wasn't around to build on the simple foundation. For Lewis, 7 years after the rooms were sealed, he has to live with the loss of his brother, and that his life has become depressing and dull. He's in such a bad place that he understandably has to visit a psychiatrist for help, and Dawn tries to steer him toward normalcy with a very mundane job. Nothing like the castle that Milton had, nothing like the glamorous stories that Edie kept telling and retelling. Is it so unexpected that he began such involved daydreams then? Is it so surprising that he began to yearn for something more fantastical than what he was being subjected to? Something closer to those stories of family members that he was meant to be a part of and equal to? Where's his version of the great-great-grandfather that packed up a whole house to sail it across an ocean, with a constant reminder of it sitting in the water outside to sea every day as he went to work?
Man.
He made a story for himself instead that got him. No curse, no monster, no accident. Lewis killed himself because of this contrast between how dull his life was to what he must have felt was owed to him.
My children are dead because of your stories!
Which makes Dawn's desperation at the end make so much more sense. With Lewis's death, she has to admit that Milton isn't coming back. She's accepting the death of both of her sons at the same time while
That's
knowing
rough.
she has to protect Edith better than she did Lewis. It's that desperation you can see as she physically fights with her daughter to stop her from finishing even one story that Edie left for her, one more outrageous than any other that came before now. A massive earthquake, visions in the fog, a magical house in the ocean, returning to your childhood home that's full of ghosts, something that Edith herself is doing in this story right now. I felt this when the book was torn away. I wanted to see the end of Edie's story. I wanted to see who would just turn the light on. I think most people will. They'll feel cheated that you don't get to see this ending and that the real story stops so suddenly after this. But that's the point, isn't it? It's telling that Edie outlives almost everyone in this story. She definitely gets the high score in terms of age, which makes you wonder about her attitude toward the curse that she's never really afraid of like Walter was, or any of the others, despite being the one that encouraged the thoughts about it. Her recklessness shows only at the end here, with a throwaway comment from Dawn about Edie mixing alcohol with her medication. She dies that night, probably from this. Poisoned, just like Molly was. As for Dawn, it's not surprising at all that a woman who witnessed her father die, lost 2 brothers, and then 2 boys would have her health suffer in response to that. Unlike Edie, Dawn didn't have a curse to unload all of that emotional work onto. There was no scapegoat for Dawn. Edith dying in childbirth is a tragedy, but those strike every family. Mixed in with all of the deaths caused by carelessness and neglect will be genuine, unavoidable loss. It's her son that deserves at least a little attention. He has a cast on his arm just like Calvin did on his leg. It's a detail that was deliberately included, and I wonder if it's trying to say something. It could just be a routine injury that many children go through, or it could be a sign that there's already a connection between him and the Finch name that follows him. That the stories in the book and his visit to the house may persist and be passed down to the new generation after him. The danger here is reading too much into details like this, but I think with the kind of story that What Remains of Edith Finch has, that it's safe to say that almost everything is intentional, but that doesn't mean there aren't happy accidents or mistakes. For instance, both Edie and Lewis's rooms have sealed doors, which doesn't make any sense. Edie would have still been using the room after Milton vanished, and Dawn and Edith left the house right after Lewis's funeral, right before Edie died.
I figured
Unless Dawn went back to seal those.
I figured that Edie. Oh no! Right, it didn't make sense because she was drawing the painting.
Those rooms afterward, but then she would have also had to drill the peepholes. So yeah, that seems like an error to me. No story is going to be without a few little issues like this, and they definitely don't ruin it. There's enough attention to detail that I do think the writers have an answer for nearly everything, which is why I enjoyed piecing it all together. It may surprise some longtime viewers, but I do enjoy stories that are open to interpretation, but only when there are actual answers. It's when the vagueness clearly leads to nothing at all that I view it as a waste of time, because then it's like an artist slathering blobs of paint on a canvas without an effort to shape them. They don't want to make a picture, just color. They don't want to make a story, they just want it to look like one. I thoroughly enjoyed What Remains of Edith Finch, and I hope you enjoyed me talking about it nearly as much. This isn't the usual thing I do on the channel, but I love stories, and I get a lot of requests to dig into narratives.
Did he do
I think most people are going to be able
Outer
to see
Wilds
a little
one?
of themselves in these characters.
Feels like that would be up
of
to
their
his.
family, or
Holy
maybe interacting with
mackerel!
them in the Finches. It made me really think about the power that older generations can have on newer ones, and the troubling
like
thought
in-
that family traditions can influence more.
What was that? Enchanted. Encanto? In the one with the family and them having wishes. It's like the same thing. They must have stolen it from Edith Finch. The curse, but it's wishes. It's called Drama. Outer Wilds. Oh! Wait, is that it? Oh, he streamed it! Yeah? Why are you glad? Would have been too much. Aww. Sans? Back to the outside world. We did it! We finished it! And I said we wouldn't. But we did anyways. Because I got to eat my burrito. And that's good. Eating my burrito. Told ya. Alright, you were right. You were right all along. You were right all along, you silly goose. Alright. That's it for me today. I miss streaming, as I usually do when I don't stream. But I was like, I don't want to get into it because it's just stressful times are happening. So I haven't been able to stream because I've been either working or sleeping or doing other things, but hopefully this next coming week, it'll be a little less big. I know I think I work full days on Saturday and Sunday again, but the rest of the week should be okay for me to stream. Yeah. I'm planning a collab with Kari and Dan again. I'm not sure when that will be, but it'll happen as well. And yeah! That's all for me. That's all for me. Let's find somebody to raid. Twitch.tv. Oh, Diggy's streaming. Diggy. You have a lovely night, Cordy. Raid Diggy. Oh, Diggy's playing Minami Lane. I wanted to play that game so badly when it was in development, and then I never bought it, which happened to me with Paleo Pines too. I follow these games from the moment they hatched into the moment that they come out, and then I just never buy them. Because I've been waiting for so long, it doesn't feel like I should, like, it feels more normal to continue waiting than to play it. The only one that I didn't do that is Fields of Mysteria, which I have been playing a little bit offline because it's really fun. Yes, okay. Read the gay. Okie dokie artichoke. Let us head out in good spirits, in good health. I want to make up a ending saying, like, thank you for the carnival's closing, everyone. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. It's my nap time. It's my bedtime. We ran out of coffee beans and candy. We gotta restock. Goodbye. Bye. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll probably play Dark Souls because on Wednesday I want to read more Warriors because we missed 2 weeks of Warriors. Can you believe it? 2 weeks. And if I was going to do Tavern Talk tomorrow, then it would be too much reading. So we're going to do Dark Souls. Let's go, Dark Souls! I'll make sure to charge my charger, my controller. Yeah. Okay, bye-bye, guys! Be safe! Take care of yourselves.